Hello. I forgot to change the stream title, kind of, because this might be the finale of the Great Ace Attorney. I'm gonna cry, even though I might play this again just some other time, like probably years down the line, like nostalgia. Let's like play this again. I'm hoping like next year that Capcom announces something for Ace Attorney. Like, maybe not a game next year, but at least announce something Ace Attorney related. Where'd my glove go? I wish I had something planned for this. I've just been like really busy with stuff. Actually, I have my art program open. I can show a sneak peek of something I'm working on. Like, it's like kind of Ace Attorney related, but it's more so with my characters that I started drawing this yesterday and it's looking really good. I'll, like, show a quick sneak peek. Show it, screen. Little you go, and that's all you get to see. That's all you get to see. I don't know when I'll be able to finish it. So I'll probably be able to finish it by Christmas, but I won't post it until after Christmas. Because I'm going to be visiting family for Christmas Eve and Christmas. But I hope you guys have a happy holidays and everything. Happy Christmas, Hanukkah, whatever you celebrate. And also Happy New Year's. Big 2026. Yippee! Oh, there was a meme I wanted to show earlier that I remember seeing. I wanted to wait until after Iris was asking, like, oh, like, do you want to be big sister and big brother? I had to, like, hold on, I'm gonna switch out this image of Clavier in Fortnite real quick. No, not that, no. Okay, yeah, there we go. Okay. Is this? Oh, it's really big because the stupid image, I swear. Where is it? This? This is, you cannot tell me this isn't them. Like, this is 100%. This makes so much sense. I love looking at these memes, like, I love them. I love this family so much. I'm gonna be so sad. Like, this is gonna be the last part. This is gonna be like so much lore stuff, and I cried. Like, when I first played this with my brother, I started bawling my eyes out. Cause I can't. Like, what? Why they do this? Why they have to put so much emotion? Like, see, this is why I hope that, like, the rest of the games are gonna be like. Because even though this is supposed to be like court case freaking game, like they had to add lore and stuff to it, and it's really cool to like get to really know the characters and whatnot. And like a lot of their hardships and all that. I'm trying to say and whatnot. Because with this affects like a lot of characters, even the ones in the background. Like they had some ties in with like the whole bigger story, whether like you realize or not. Like, 'cause stuff from the first game has to do with stuff that's happening in this current case and stuff that happened like 10 years ago. Still, why? Why does she do that? Also, wait, how tall is she? Wait, is she standing on a box, or either she's tall or Mikotoba's short? Oh, and after I get done with this is something I want to like try to do. Like, so in the next year, I want to try and animate more. There's like one animation. It's like a little animation, a little audio I found that I want to animate because I thought it fit with Sholmes. So I want to do that, and then like other projects. But it's very much major spoilers for the Great Ace Attorney 2, and yeah, like for just the game. Which we'll find out in this part, in this trial. Because I think this is the last trial, I think. Ah, frick, wait, hold on. You look at something real quick. Ba, ba, ba. Okay. Okay, so trying to clear my throat. Jeez, my throat's just like trying to kill me. No, OBS, open up. I need to see this. I need to see. Okay. So, witness, please state your name and occupation for the court. Yujin Mikotoba, lecturer in forensics medicine at the Imperial Yume University in Tokyo, Japan. Ma'am? And Professor Mikotoba, the young lady beside you is... this is Dr. Mariah Gori, Scotland Yard's practicing coroner. Dr. Scythe, I understand. Yes, Dr. Scythe. I'm afraid I can't tell you why she's here. She just appeared. Ma'am? You summoned the strange Japanese man as a witness to that autopsy, but you don't summon Mama? That makes no sense. She was there too. That's about the size of it. I've had her eyes boring into the side of my cheek constantly, whilst I was in the antechamber too. She heard that, like, we weren't gonna call up, like, Dr. Scythe, and she's like, what? Oh man, the idea of it's making me shudder. The revelations about Dr. Scythe had came to light some days ago defiled the reputation of the entire judiciary. She was therefore deemed unfit to appear as a witness in today's proceedings. No, it's because of you. The Ministry of Justice decision on that is final. You're the freaking... Well, we wouldn't want any more perjury to be committed, would we? The Ministry of Justice. Some questionable strings being pulled, I think. I remember you, Dr. Mikotoba. But I certainly never expected to be meeting you under these circumstances. Yes, it's been a long while, Lord Strongheart. The prosecution understands that you were a visiting student of forensic science in London until 10 years ago. That's right. I studied under Dr. Wilson at St. Sinner's. So you were present at the autopsy of my brother, Lord Clint von Zeeks. I was, yes. I assisted Dr. Wilson with the entire procedure. Mama's far more skilled than any Japanese man. Well, Dr. Wilson asked me to be his primary assistant on that occasion. And this autopsy report was actually penned by you, I believe. Yes, I noted all of the doctor's findings, and when we were done, he read through the document and signed it. Poor Mama. As secondary assistant, she wouldn't have had such a good view of all the innards. So, Professor, do you remember Inspector Gregson? Yes, of course. If it wasn't for his insistence, Lord von Zeeks' autopsy would never have happened. But he was absolutely convinced it would reveal decisive evidence against Genshin, you see. So Lord Strongheart had to entreat the nobility to allow it to take place. Do correct me if I'm wrong, my lord. It was as a result of that autopsy that a mass murder was apprehended and justice was done. But Gregson admitted it before he was killed. He admitted that the results of the autopsy were fabricated. My god. You were there at the time. You must testify. You have an obligation to tell the truth about what really went on. Absolutely. That's precisely why I'm here. And that's why I'm here too. Very well then, you will give your formal testimony now, witness. But before you begin, a word of warning. Oh? You will state truthfully and accurately what you saw and what you heard at the time. I wouldn't dream of doing otherwise, my lord. The moment your testimony verges on supposition, I will expel you from my courtroom. Remember that. From my own observations, I couldn't say there was any indication of the autopsy results having been fabricated. Death results from a wound made by a Western-style sword transfixing the heart. That I found a little strange. There were no other signs of internal injury, nothing questionable at all. It was just that beautiful but dangerous piece of evidence removed from the man's stomach. Presumed to have been swallowed by the victim, as a way of posthumously identifying his assailant. No indication, nothing to suggest fabrication. Professor Mikitoba, are you certain about that? Well, nothing that I could positively identify as such. I shall swear to it in testimony. Frick you. You are evil! Well, that clears up things nicely. Why is he laughing? You maniacal piece. The only fabrication Hirosogi has come from you. What? You claim the inspector confessed just before his death, but that is the fabrication. No, he freely acknowledged it. I swear he did. Freely, with the tip of a sword at his throat. The man was clearly at his wit's end. The court will give no credence to this confession that was uttered in obvious desperation. Quite simply, there was nothing questionable about the investigation of Lord Clint von Zeke's death. And with this testimony we have, without question, uncovered the whole truth of the matter. Why she just... If I may, my lord. There was most certainly something questionable about it, and the whole truth does rather elude us, I feel. I beg your pardon? Well, you're obviously aware of the facts of the case. All four of the professor's previous victims died when an enormous beast was set upon them that ripped out their throats. Oh, such horrifying crimes. But curiously, the killer's last victim, Lord Clint von Zeeks, suffered a different fate. Yes, you're right. He was stabbed through the heart with a sword. That's enough. I believe I warned you about this, witness. I promised to curtail your testimony as soon as it entered the realms of supposition and or speculation. Very well, my lord. In that case, the defense will pursue a conclusion to this during the cross-examination. What? I have the right to cross-examine every witness after testimony. And I fully intend to exercise that right. Ryunosuke, I'm afraid that even the presiding judge has no authority to contravene the letter of the law, as I'm sure every member of the judiciary present in the gallery would agree. Pursue this autopsy update. Wait, runtime period. Ah, frick. May begin, counsel. However, the moment your argument strays from the established facts, I will not hesitate to bring the cross-examination to an end. Proceed with caution. Ah, frick. Yes, my lord. Let's go. She's just staring at me menacingly.
Hold it!
You couldn't say. No, sadly not. I love how Zeeks is far away from everyone else. Oh, what the fudge? My phone. Alright, it's nothing. No, sadly not. But then you couldn't say there wasn't any indication either, could you? No, true, I couldn't. I was at Dr. Wilson's side as he performed the procedure, recording what he did. But at times, of course, he instructed me to fetch him implements and such like. Whilst I was away from the operating table, obviously I could have missed something. And at those times, what was the secondary assistant doing? following this Japanese man's orders to adjust the lighting or pass some implements. But that doesn't mean Mama wasn't a vital part of the team. Quite, yes. So, would you kindly refrain from staring at my cheek like that? Professor Mikitoba, think! Was there nothing at all that seemed out of place to you? Well, yes, there was, as a matter of fact. This results from a wound made by a Western-style sword? Okay. Wait, what was the autopsy? Where was that? Oh wait, that's Gregson's. Oh wait, there it is, there it is. Death from a single stab wound to the heart, other superficial external wounds indicative of a duel. No internal trauma note anywhere in the body. Okay, well... I would like...
Hold it!
In all the previous 4 killings attributed to the professor, the victims were killed by an enormous dog, I believe. Their throats were, well, mauled. Correct, and yet Lord Von Zeeks was stabbed. Do you mean to say you think Lord Clint Von Zeeks may not have in fact been one of the professor's victims? There is no basis on which to doubt the findings of the investigations carried out at the time. But Ryunosuke confessed to all of his crimes upon his arrest. He admitted to having taken the lives of all 5 members of the aristocracy. Yet the beast that was used to carry out the killings was never identified. No evidence was found to suggest that Genshin had ever kept a dog. A true hound of... oh my god. I mean, well... I mean, that goes with the freaking autopsy. It's just that beautiful but dangerous piece of evidence removed from the man's stomach. Can I see it? What exactly was it, though? What does beautiful but dangerous mean? Well, it was sparkly and round, with a hole, as if it might slip over a finger, perhaps. It was a ring, belonging to Genshin Nosogi. But my father's ring was inside the victim's stomach! At the time, Genshin wore a large ring on the digitus quartus of his left hand, the 4th ring finger. I understood if it was some sort of keepsake. When my father left Japan for London 16 years ago, I was 8 years old. I remember that ring. You do? My father's possessions were sent to our family home in Japan after his death, but the ring wasn't among them. Obviously not. It was a key piece of evidence. It remains under lock and key in the stores at Scotland Yard to this day. After the autopsy, Genshin was summoned by the police to check for the presence of his ring. It wasn't on his hand, of course. Moreover, there were deep abrasions on his finger where it had been pulled off. They arrested the man there and then, right before my eyes. How could they? I brought the ring along with me today. What? Here it is. A bit dusty from years in the stores. Good gracious, yes, that's it. I haven't seen that in 10 long years. And that was found inside the victim's stomach. Yes, I'm afraid so. You hesitated there, Professor Mikotoba. Should we read something into that? Well, it's just that thinking back now, I didn't actually witness the moment it was extracted from the victim's body. Oh my, really? At the precise moment, Dr. Wilson had asked me to fetch him a new scalpel, you see. Dr. Gory, the removal of historic evidence from the stores requires my consent, does it not? Frick your consent! You trying to, like, hide the freaking time of death of Gregson. No, actually, no, wait. You told her, hey, don't note that down because, you know, it's kind of irrelevant. He died in that freaking room or whatever. And then she finally, when asked about it, indeterminate. Because there's evidence suggesting that the freaking body was, like, probably, time of death of the body was fabricated. Frick you, man. However it came to be here, the court cannot deny that this is crucial evidence for today's proceedings. Very well. You may submit it. A ring belonging to Genshin Sogi found in Lord Klinsmann's stomach during the autopsy. The claws clasping the gem look sharp enough to cause a very nasty scratch. It's not the sort of ring normally seen in Japan. They almost look like claws protecting that jewel. We must examine it very carefully, Mr. Naruhodo. Very carefully indeed. I mean, yeah, I guess that's a way to... Alright, give this ring to me. I want to see it. These fat claws are doing a good job of protecting the equally fat gemstone in the middle of this ring. Yes, if you're clumsy, you could give yourself a rather nasty cut on them, I should think. Oh! Now my finger's bleeding! The claws really are sharp. Oh my, that was very quick clumsiness, Mr. Naruhodo. Even for you. Who would make such a dangerous ring? You couldn't swallow it without doing yourself some fairly serious damage, surely. A sticky mochi bun of about that size would go down much better, with some red bean paste in the middle. Someone as clumsy as me would probably manage to choke on it somehow. Alright, well, there's our evidence. Frick you, man. No other signs of internal injury. Really?
Objection!
The court has heard that the ring was extracted from the victim's stomach, but you didn't actually see it being removed, did you, Professor Mikotoba? That's right. As I said in my testimony before, at that moment, I was fetching a replacement scalpel that Dr. Wilson had requested. In other words, you can neither confirm nor deny whether this ring, in fact, really came from the victim's stomach or not. What are you suggesting, counsel? That the ring was never in the victim's stomach to begin with. It's entirely feasible that Dr. Wilson fabricated that detail about the autopsy. What are you saying? That Dr. Wilson was in possession of the ring in advance, after it was somehow stolen from Mr. Usogi. And he produced it during the procedure, pretending to have found it there and then in the victim's stomach.
Objection!
Supposition at best. What possible evidence do you have to support such a rash claim? This evidence, right here. That's the autopsy report. It's explicit in that report, counsel. Other than the ring, nothing unusual is noted internally, so I'm not sure how you intend to prove your point. You've already done it for me, my lord. The lack of internal injury says it all. What? To swallow a ring of this size would require considerable effort and determination, in addition to its size, there are the sharp claws around the gemstone to contend with. So, like, I just need to look at that. No, not the passport. I want to look at the autopsy report. I love how it doesn't state that if it was instant or not. I mean, like, a stab wound to the heart, like, yeah, like, you would die instantly, but the fact that it's not really noted down. My brother was a determined man, and on the brink of death, even more so, I'm sure. He would have stopped at nothing to ensure that evil killer was brought to justice. But if he really had swallowed that enormous ring, it's inconceivable that no traces of its passage down his throat would have remained as internal trauma. And there you arrive at the sticking point. That's precisely why I had my doubts about the findings myself 10 years ago. Then why didn't you say something at the time? I did. I still remember the conversation I had with Dr. Wilson in the laboratory that day. Look at this! Now this is a very curious thing to find in a man's stomach, wouldn't you say? But isn't that rather peculiar, Dr. Wilson? What's that now, Mikotoba? Well, if he swallowed a ring of that size, with those sharp medical claws that it has, surely you expect to see damage to the throat and esophagus, torn mucous membranes at the very least. Dr. Mikotoba, may I remind you that I have vastly more experience than you. I'm terribly sorry. I can think of plenty of ways to explain why no injuries could be seen. No, let's say this. The victim would appear to have ingested the item as evidence to identify his assailant. Go ahead, write it down. So I was right. Dr. Wilson deliberately fabricated the results of the autopsy to implicate my father. I'm disappointed, Counsel. The argument is nothing more than speculation. What? Dr. Wilson was Britain's leading authority on forensic science and autopsy work. Well, so was Dr. Scythe, but where's she now? In freaking Ron in jail. There's no scientific basis on which to doubt the man's expert opinion. Pardon the interruption, my lord, but damage to the mucous membranes of the throat is easily identified even in living subjects. Using a device called an endoscope, recently demonstrated in practice used in France. I want one. The government can pay. I don't think so. And Dr. Gory, rest assured that your removal of evidence from the stores without permission will not go unpunished. We opened up the dead to find the truth. I beg your pardon. But Mama, she chose to stitch her corpses up, with all her secrets inside. That's wrong. Dr. Gory, it's looking as though she's chosen to walk a different path to her mama. What? Yes. The ring. What about the ring? I just remembered something. An earlier incident. What incident? The one I recounted to you before, about the memory I have of Genshin Isogi saving my life. What? My father saved your life? It was 10 years ago, on a foggy night. Genshin and I were walking down some back streets at Lake Tower. All of a sudden... Don't make a peep, you're coming with us! All of our assailants were armed with pistols, their faces obscured by scarves. He has the ring! It's right there! I was literally going to point this out. I'm like, what? He would, like... Some of these things I'm like, oh wait, like, but didn't he still have his ring on his finger? When you guys were assaulted. Next thing I knew, there was silence all around. Genshin lay on the cobbled street. Blood was seeping from his left hand. He'd shielded me. It was on the ring finger of his left hand that he used to wear that ring. Are you saying... I've always believed those thugs were after me. But now, I'm starting to question perhaps I wasn't the intended target after all. Wait, but... Genshin was arrested 2 days after that attack. And in that short interval, the decisive evidence needed to indict him was miraculously found. You mean, the ring was stolen from him? You think that's what those thugs were after that night?
Objection!
You pathetic coward! You expect me to believe that you weren't involved? What do you mean by that? It was you, wasn't it? You're the one who took it. You stole my father's ring! You set the whole thing up so you could paint him as a mass murderer and have him... Kazuma! Open your eyes. Ryunosuke, you must know deep down. The truth can be completely obscured even when your judgment is only slightly clouded. But at the moment, you seem to be floundering through a dense fog. Is that why you were so insistent I should be present in this trial? To see you like this? Frick you! Well, this is an amusing spectacle. What a grandiose expression on your face, as if you were Lady Justice herself. It seems you've thoroughly convinced yourself of this alleged fabrication in the autopsy results. So much so you are apparently blind to the blatant contradiction that would be born out of it. What? Though it's extremely hard to believe, let us imagine that there was some misconduct during the autopsy. If that were the case, why would Isogi not have disputed the findings in his trial? In the closed court hearing 10 years ago, the defendant never once denied the claims against him. Isn't that right, Lord Von Zieks? Yes, that is indeed correct. Upon hearing the verdict of guilty, he merely closed his eyes, quietly accepting the judgment. The actions of a man who has accepted responsibility for his deeds and is resigned to his fate. But then... Oh my, that is very strange. If Mr. Isogi did nothing to oppose the charges against him, then... that would surely mean there was no fabricated evidence. An obvious conclusion at which you should have arrived many minutes ago, Prosecutor Isogi. Your twisted loyalty and clouded judgment are hampering your ability for logical thought. Frick you, man. Ryunosuke's silence at his hearing can mean only one thing. There was no fabrication of evidence during the autopsy of his final victim 10 years ago. My God. If the autopsy was all above board, there would be nothing to stop Lord Strongheart bringing this trial to an immediate conclusion.
Objection.
Thank you, Ryunosuke. If it wasn't for your frank words just now, this trial may very well have ended prematurely. Kazuma! What's this latest absurdity, Council? My lord, your reasoning is perfectly sound, but for one giant hole, I beg your pardon. You claim my father's silence was due to the fact that there was no fabricated evidence, but there's another possible explanation. You've overlooked the possibility that he had a reason for maintaining that silence.
Objection.
Silence that would lead to him being convicted and sent to his death. If the autopsy results were an invention, there's no conceivable reason why the man wouldn't have protested.
Objection.
Oh, those results were an invention, alright. There's no question of that. Or are you forgetting that 2 people with a connection to the autopsy have been assassinated? If I force the grievances I feel from my mind, I start to see you in a very different light. I think perhaps it's you who's been living in delusion these 10 years. Me? Kazuma-sama has created one last chance for us here, Mr. Naruhodo. If we can only show there was a reason for his father's silence in this trial. A reason why the man would have said nothing even though he was innocent. Could have been part of some negotiation, perhaps. Oh, frick, wait. Where is it? It's like the papers. Is that what I need? Oh, wait, no, okay, there's this. Chief ordered... I'm gonna look at those Asogi papers later in a second. Relieve his post with immediate effect. Anybody escape this prison convict? Yeah, okay, that's the professor. It's Genshin. He was a free man anyway. I mean, well, until he got killed in the graveyard. Enough rhetoric. The court must be shown evidence. What proof do you have that could possibly explain Asogi's silence in court? Frick you, man. Wait, what was the... The Asogi papers are just... That's just his will. Okay, yeah, no, it's the... It's the dismissal notice. Because he was able to escape, he had to wait to escape afterwards.
Take that!
It's true that Genshin Asogi's silence during his trial resulted in his conviction. But that didn't actually lead to his execution. On the contrary, it led to his escape. An escape that was only possible because he had been sentenced to death. Although I find it hard to believe my father would have negotiated in that way, the defense is correct. A fake execution, falsification of a death certificate, and a jailbreak inside a coffin. Clearly, such an elaborate plan couldn't have been carried out by my father alone. By a father, yeah. He must have had the help of a collaborator from the judiciary. I have here the dismissal notice of the chief warder who was working in the prison at the time. The notes read, there are indications that the jailbreak was in planning prior to the inmate's incarceration. In other words, there were suggestions of some sort of negotiation between Mr. Sogi and the British government. In exchange for his silence in court, he was given an assurance that he would be broken out of prison. Yes, with that sort of clandestine agreement in place, I can imagine he would have kept very quiet. I would go further than that, in fact. I would say that the elaborate jailbreak of Mr. Sogi can be explained in no other way. First fabricate evidence and now a jailbreak conspiracy. Of course, because it's all intimately linked. The prosecution wishes to summon new witnesses to the stand. Witnesses? People who could testify about the jailbreak that took place 10 years ago. Governor Caden and the poor chief warder of the prison. I won't allow this trial to turn into a farce. To summon the governor of the prison after all these years. Oh, it wouldn't be any trouble, my lord. What? Father? My dear friend may appear a little rattle-patted at times, but I can assure you he's extremely thorough. Freaking Sholmes the goat? Dude, like, locked in today and be like, okay, I know who to get. I know who we need to be here. He wired both Barclay and the local prison earlier, asking Governor Caden and Mr. Vigil to attend the Old Bailey as a matter of extreme urgency. Mr. Sholmes did that? Are you telling me that? Both men are, unless I'm much mistaken, waiting just outside the courtroom at this very moment. Sholmes is the freaking goat, my guy. My lord, you must permit this trial to proceed as you declared it at its outset. You promised that we would stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth behind these disturbing findings. Frick you. Very well. Bring in the witnesses. Make no mistake, I too would like nothing more than to lay this business to rest once and for all. Wait, what the? I didn't even look at the chat till now. What the? What the? I'm sorry. And the goat has waters. I still don't know why he said that. Like, there was no reason for him to just say that. Yeah, well, ignore me too. I'm such a bad influence. Shame. I'm too funny to send off proper. Nah, it's too bad that I haven't been paying attention to the chat. I'm very sorry. My god. What? Yeah. What? My daily. Are you having a stroke? I know what you're referring to. Like, I did do my dailies on Windcraft, if that's what you're referring to. But I'm like having a stroke. You're like reading your freaking text. What the fudge? What is this? Hospital. What? Okay. I'm just kidding. But yeah, I did do my dailies, like... Oh my god. What were we? Oh yeah, okay, yeah. Freaking... not officer, freaking governor. I'm so sorry. Governor Caden and Mr. Vigil. Okay. Would the new witnesses state their names and occupations for the court, please? Ah, what the fudge? Why did I click? Oh, I clicked that! I pressed space bar and just opened that! I was like, why didn't it click? I'm so glad I looked back to make sure I didn't do something stupid. When I did do something stupid. Okay. Hey, Barry. I, Barry Caden, governor of Barclay Prison. What? Everyone calls me gossip. I sell jaunty little tidbits. Your other persona, if you don't mind. Your main persona, good sir. You're not freaking... Oh, I do beg your pardon. Of course. My name is Daily Vigil. I used to be the chief warder at Barclay Prison. The reason you've been summoned here to court today is to testify about the jailbreak of the so-called professor 10 years ago. Gosh, the professor! We've already been through all this before, a decade ago. And the conclusion was that there wasn't anything untoward happened. A convict escaped from your prison, Governor. Hardly what you call nothing untoward. Well... The convict's death certificate was somehow falsified after he was allegedly executed, and he escaped the prison inside his own coffin. A plan of that complexity would have never been carried out without the help of somebody of influence inside the prison. Governor Caden, don't imagine that the passage of time will afford you any protection. If it turns out that you were involved in the plot to break Mr. Usogi out of your prison, then of course, the consequences will be very serious. In all likelihood, a capital punishment. Okay, hold on there, laddie. All I did was... Witness, Governor Caden. Aye, sir. You have a what the fudge? You have a critical role to play in the public safety of our country, a great responsibility to shoulder. The significance of your testimony in court cannot be understated. Therefore, think carefully before you speak. I get pinged. My god, nothing's... What is... My goodness, my stuff's slow. Okay. And Prosecutor Sogi, if you threaten the witness again, you will be held in contempt of court. My apologies, my lord. There's no disputing the fact that an intricate jailbreak plot was enacted 10 years ago. Clearly, you were both involved in some way. So you will testify before the court now and explain exactly what took place. Very well. Let the witnesses give their formal testimony. Tell the court everything you know of the plot to break Asogi out of Barclay 10 years ago. It was the day that Japanese jock was found guilty. The directive came from the prosecutor's office. I assigned the convict to the chief ward of vigil here and put out the plan into action behind the scenes. I was responsible for Asogi right up into the night of his execution, but I knew nothing of any plot. I did not care if there was some negotiations between the convict and the prosecutor's office. All I did was carry out my duty for Her Majesty's Great British Empire. You freaking sucked at that. A directive from the prosecutor's office? Are you saying that was the jailbreak plot? Aye, that's right. Who sent it? Who authorized that plan? I didn't ken that. You say you don't know? Listen, there wasn't a thing about that professor case that wasn't unusual in some way. I didn't ask any questions. I just did what I was told to do. More than I could tell ya. I see. But if the jailbreak plan originated from the prosecutor's office, then one thing is very clear. As suspected, there were clandestine dealings going on between Mr. Asogi and that office. The jailbreak was promised in exchange for Mr. Asogi admitting to crimes he didn't commit. That, counsel, is nothing more than speculation on your part. So, let me ask the defense. Oh, yes, my lord? I fail to see how these witnesses have any more pertinent information here. Do you intend to assert your right to a cross-examination? Yeah? The frick? I hate this man. He's Damon Gant. He's the frickin' Reaper. Frick this guy. 100%. Because it cannot be freaking Zeke's, because he wasn't even, he was barely a prosecutor at that point. He took on the case after Clint was killed to avenge his brother, and who was on the freaking prosecutor's table? It was you, motherfricker. I'm a rapist gal. Take his whatever, like, unicorn freaking staff away from him. Like... Absolutely. I have no intention of squandering a single opportunity, my lord. It seems all you Japanese are fiercely tenacious. Very well. Proceed, counsel. Frick you. I hate this guy. Alright, his MLP OC on a stick! My god. I hate this guy. Okay, let me save. And you say you don't know who actually issued the directive? Aye, that's right. All I can be sure of is that it was official. But if it was from the prosecutor's office, that narrows down to who could have issued it straight away. And it wasn't me. I can even say with certainty that it did originate from the prosecutor's office. What? There's no telling where it started. There's a fair chance it came higher up the ladder. Basically, how can I give you any indication of who was behind it? You can't be serious! All we can say for sure is that the order must have come from somebody in authority, I suppose. The likes of us on the ground, as it were, didn't bother with all the speculation. We just get the job done. Sign the comic. Okay.
Hold it!
So, Mr. Vigil, you didn't know anything about it at all? That's right. My only role in the scheme was as a scapegoat. That's right, isn't it, Governor? Some poor beggar had to take the rap for it. You ruined this man's life, my guy. Frick you. Alright then, who else did know about the plan? I don't know the first idea, laddie. My part in the whole business is basically just dealing with the aftermath. But I wouldn't be surprised if there were other folk in the prison service who've been given similar orders. So you don't know who else was involved? Aye, that's right. All I can tell ya is that the night it actually happened, the person at the reins was Dr. Stevens. Dr. Courtney Stevens, or Dr. Scythe as she's known now. Why did I have to get caught up in such a terrible business? Responsible for...
Hold it!
Did you not notice anything unusual happening in the lead up to that night? Oh, everything was unusual. Exception after exception. After all, it was the professor. The man had terrorized the country as never before with his crimes. In order to hide his identity, he was forced to wear an iron mask over his head. Hideous treatment. The fellow was surprisingly docile for someone who had taken the lives of 5 of the country's nobles. Being the chief warder, I was the only person permitted to approach his cell. I could still hardly believe that I was duped by my own country. I believe you jumped from the window of the governor's office when the jailbreak was blamed on you, didn't you? Gosh, Vigil. How can I apologize enough? No, Governor, I don't believe you can. It won't change what's happened. You ruined his life to the point where he did that. I would say the thing, but I ain't gonna. Life was freaking ruined and all that, and he had to be a freaking doppelganger for Gregson, who was also part of this whole mother freaking deal. And what else can you tell us about the situation, Governor Caden? Yeah, so when he was being blamed for helping the victim or helping the professor escape and everything, he jumped out of this guy's window when it all happened. So basically, yeah, he was gonna say, yeah, he's basically gonna commit that, yeah. But he lived. But after that, like, he didn't tell... Mr. Vigil didn't tell his wife or his kids about what happened. Like, they all were under the assumption, oh, he still worked at the prison. I don't know how that didn't go out. I don't know how they didn't know. But he somehow, like, kept that a secret, especially when Gregson started recruiting him to be his doppelganger, basically.
Hold it!
But you've already acknowledged that orders came from the prosecutor's office to arrange for the man's escape. There must have been some sort of negotiation. It's the only explanation. Aye, well, be that as it may, I think I can know nothing about it, but that. The witness stand is no place for telling you what don't know for sure. I can that much, I do. Then I assume you also know this. Not telling what you do know is a criminal offense. So you were just following orders, is that it? I'm afraid that won't absolve you of guilt here. A man was still killed illegally, even if he was a condemned criminal. You may very well be found complicit in murder, Governor. So that's what it's to be, is it? Even with the threat of conviction, you won't break your silence. I'll just carry out my duty for Her Majesty's Great British Empire. That's a loaded sentence there, my guy. Okay.
Hold it!
Did you carry out the plan in its entirety? I did everything I could at the time. As you know, Genshin Usogi was shot dead in Lowgate Cemetery after the escape. Tell me, was that part of the plan too? My instructions were to do with getting the jock out of the jail and nothing more. How can I tell you anything about what happened after that? Only, personally, I believe his death was the last part of the plan. Oh, he's remembering things.
Excuse me.
Mr. Vigil, is something wrong? Oh, yes, sir. What can I do for you, sir? What the fudge? He's saluting now. What is it? Some sort of Barclay convention? You don't work there anymore, man. Get it together. What Governor Cadence was just saying seemed to upset you. Did it bring something to mind, perhaps? For the last 10 years, I've completely blotted out the memories of that time from my mind. I was betrayed by my superiors in the name of my country. Just as my father was betrayed, it seems. But you see, thinking back now, I really can't imagine that the shooting of Mr. Usogi in the cemetery was ever part of the plan. What makes you think of that? Well, it just doesn't make sense, does it? To make the man admit to crimes he didn't commit with the promise of a jailbreak, only to kill him in the end. That's treachery of the worst kind. But the point is, if the intention was always to betray him, why would there be any need for all the chineries of an escape? Yes, that's quite true. If whoever negotiated with the Sogi never intended to keep his or her end of the bargain, it would have been far simpler just to let the man be executed in prison as dictated by his sentence. It all happened in that vast chamber of secrets. That is Barclay, behind the high prison walls. This is a chamber of secrets. I immediately thought of Harry Potter. I suppose nobody knows what really went on in the execution room now. Yes, it's an unsettling mystery, certainly. Truth be told, there is a wee matters that's never quite made sense to me. If you believe there was some kind of negotiation behind the jailbreak, between a Sogi and a body at the top, it doesn't quite add up, does it? Governor Caden, I must insist that you explain these doubts that you have by amending your formal testimony. Gads, go on then. Seems to me that the Japanese fella didn't have nothing to bargain with.
Hold it!
Admitted to the crimes, that was what he had bargained with, surely. How can I see that myself? After all, did the prosecution have no conclusive evidence against the Carly, eh? This, you mean? Discovered during the final victim's autopsy. Thus every possibility this conclusive evidence was fabricated by Scotland Yard and the prosecutor's office.
Objection!
Possibilities are all very well, but nothing has been proven. You can holler about misconduct in the trial 10 years ago all you like. But if you can't establish that it happened with hard evidence, no one's going to listen. Aye, that's right. So what I'm saying is, the convict had nothing he could use for any kind of bargaining at all. The witness makes an astute point. Logically, it would seem no negotiation could have taken place. And yet, the plan to break the man out of prison was definitely put into practice. So he must have been armed with something that gave him an angle to negotiate. Ah, frick, wait, it's the Sogi papers. That's what it is. Let me see that last statement. So Sogi-san agreed to confess to the crimes because he was assured he'd be broken out of prison later. I really don't think that Kazuma-sama's father would have engaged in such negotiations. And perhaps something compelled him to agree. What a terrible thing, using the law to legitimize such underhand dealings with a desperate man. Only to double-cross him in the end. It's quite the opposite of justice. Can't help feeling there's something about this apparent negotiation that doesn't quite add up. Something doesn't quite add up, Mr. Naruhodo. No, it doesn't. But I can't quite put my finger on what yet. Like, I know there's something off about this negotiation. I just can't prove it yet. Well, in that case, we must keep digging until we identify the problem. It's the papers. It's the Asogi papers. That's his last freaking weapon. Okay. Genshu Asogi hereby requests that upon my death, any non-material possessions and wealth belonging to me in London be delivered to my son Kazuma Asogi in the Empire of Japan. It is with deep sadness I accept my fate in this foreign land, with the knowledge that I will never see my homeland or my family again, but I regret nothing about my chosen path. Yeah, so, apparently Mr. Asogi described this the only weapon I have left. Yeah, this is it.
Objection!
Confessing under oath to murders he didn't commit on a verbal assurance of later being broken out of prison. Ryunosuke was taking an incredibly risky gamble. Very true. There was nothing to stop the British breaking their word and executing him behind closed doors anyway. Under normal circumstances, no man would stake his life on a gentleman's agreement like that. Which means that Mr. Ryunosuke must have had a trump card. Something that guaranteed he wouldn't be betrayed. Some kind of weapon. Havers, the fellow couldn't possibly have anything like that. But you know that he did, Governor. The Isogi papers, the name given to the last will and testament of Genshin Isogi. Turns out that Mr. Isogi was hiding his will in his cell at Barclay. Chief Ward Vigil caught him with it one day. You squealed, did ya, you wee rat? Did I not tell you you'll keep that a secret? You can't touch me now. Oh! When Mr. Vigil caught sight of that will through the bars of the convict cell, he is just strangling him over there. Mr. Ryunosuke pleaded with the warder. Alright then, but what's on that paper? The last will and testament. This will is the only weapon I have left now. What just happened? I don't know. His face, a weapon. And after the convict had been killed following the elaborate pretense of the jailbreak, that document mysteriously disappeared, didn't it? Well, yes. All the prison warders searched through the belongings in his cell, but that will was just nowhere to be found. As I understand it, an exhaustive search was made for the document, which became known as the Isogi Papers. Governor Caden, I believe you ordered your prison staff to find it at all costs, didn't you? Would I be right in saying that you knew that the so-called Isogi Papers had the potential to make great waves somehow? James, what the blazes are you blathering about? What, the will was found right and proper in the fellow's cell where I said it would be. But how can that be? Where in his cell? We all searched the place from top to bottom. Well, you didn't do a proper job, eh? Ya peely-wally galoot! You can't criticize me now. I showed ya for, didn't I know? Ya lawyer? Yes, you did. Have the documents here. It's written in Japanese and reads, The Last Will and Testament of Genshin Isogi. Which means everything is as it should be. Not quite, my lord. You see, there's an undeniable inconsistency here. What? What inconsistency? Mr. Isogi has described these documents as the only weapon he had left. And yet, this will contains nothing of significance at all. Nothing that would give the convict any leverage. Oh, yeah, hold on. I'll be right back. I'm going to refill my drink. Okay. Are you suggesting my learned friend? My learned friend? That the last will and testament stored at Barclay Prison all these years is actually a fake. As has clearly been demonstrated already, what went on at Barclay Prison was far from above board. That last vilification by the defense was an affront to the entire British legal system. Your freaking system sucks, you mother fricker. God. I'm taking that freaking cane from you and smacking the head with it, I swear. This absurd notion of a weapon is something for which we have only the former Chief Warder's word. The man could quite easily be lying, or at the very least sorely mistaken. What? No, I definitely heard him say that, I swear. Clearly we need to get to the bottom of this. We need to know exactly what happened with these so-called Asogi papers. A waste of time. If the will was fake, where is the real document?
Objection.
Mr. Vigil was stabbed in the back by the judiciary 10 years ago. He lost everything, very nearly his own life. Why? My God, he was from that prison. He just picked up on Governor Caden's freaking whatever. Like, surprised look. And now you're going to do it again. You're ready to brand him a liar and turn your back on him without even letting him defend himself. It's clear that Barclay Prison is hiding something. It's clear that the jailbird is masterminded by somebody in the prosecutor's office. It's clear that some illicit negotiations took place. Is your lordship just going to gloss over that? What did you say? He heard that last one like, what? We should hear more from the Chief Warder. Have him testify again. Trial must go on. The man's voice must be heard. It would seem that a vocal few here are utterly blind to the truth. Very well then. Let the witness testify again. Tell the court precisely what you think you saw of the convict's last will and testament. Yes, sir, my lord. As the warder responsible for the condemned convicts, I attended to Mr. Sogi and kept watch over his cell. The night after he was found guilty in court, he was doing something with that will in his cell. He turned the cell inside out, looking for it after, or we turned the cell inside out looking for it after the execution, but to no avail. I only found out about these Sogi papers when a directive came to tell me to impound them. The document was in the folds of the fellow's robe that was left in his cell. A kimono, I think it's called. In his kimono? That's a lie! We searched every inch of the man's cell. We looked through all his clothes. It can't be true. Were you no satisfied with me calling me a liar the once? Eh? Are we waffle Inger? There's nothing you can do about it now. You don't have any hold over me anymore. Other than the hold you like to take on my cravat, of course. Is that what you're going to do, is it? Are you going to give me a good shake again? Or are you too scared? What is happening? Huh? What is happening? Little and large. What a double S. What? Okay, alright, well, alright. That just happened. We compiled with the Sogi's will as far as was possible. As of his personal effects were delivered to his family home in Japan. as a courtesy to the homeland of the most notorious killer our country has ever seen. We were much obliged. I can confirm that all my father's belongings arrived safely. Aye, and you can deny that handwriting is that of your old man, eh? Yes, there's no mistaking that it's my father's brushwork. Really? And this last will and testament was the man's last weapon, was it? I think we can safely assume that the convict was merely prattling, knowing that his end was nigh. So, counsel for the defense. The cross-examination, please. Yes, my lord. Okay. I don't know. I don't know with this game.
Hold it!
So would that mean that you conversed with Mr. Usogi? Yes, certainly. Though there was precious little time before his execution was due. He was remarkably calm, considering his days were very much numbered. In all honesty, he really didn't strike one as a man capable of mass murder. Yet he confessed in full to the crimes. I know. That's why I felt compelled to ask him one day. I can still recall his reply. I'm guilty of the unforgivable crime of ending another human's life. Yes. But he was so tranquil and intelligent. It put me in the mind of an Eastern holy man. And what about the will you saw him with? What can you tell us about that? It was the beginning of all the drama. I remember it very well. Yes. After he was found guilty in court, he was doing something at will in his cell.
Hold it!
And he pleaded with you not to report him, didn't he? Yes, that's right. And I like the bam pot you are. You didn't tell me? A blatant breach of trust that was. You've broken that trust when you agreed to just do whatever the heck the prosecutor's office. No, I'm sorry. The supposed whoever the heck was on top of this whole plan. You broke that trust already, man. Frick you. I could see that the man had a noble spirit. I found myself wanting to treat him accordingly. But according to what you told us 2 days ago, the convict had been strictly forbidden from having any written materials whatsoever. Writing materials. Yes, you're quite right. So when exactly was the will penned? That was before the man was remanded in Barclay, obviously. Yes, at the prosecutor's office under supervision of the relevant authorities. They just let him, write that and, the frick, what does it say? I personally instructed Usogi to make a will for the benefit of his family and his homeland. In that case, why was it found in his cell? What do you mean by that? Well, if it was penned at the prosecutor's office, you would have expected that it would have remained there for safekeeping, surely. It's curious. There doesn't seem to be any obvious explanation for why it was subsequently found in the convict's cell. The defense makes an astute point. Well, Governor? A prisoner governor can they be expected to ken the inner workings of the prosecutor's office. In that case, Lord Strongheart, perhaps you can shed some light on the matter. I'm unable to offer an explanation here and now. I would have to consult with the notary responsible for the will at the time. The fact that my father's will was discovered in his cell is clearly inconsistent with what was expected. I want to know why. Another inexplicable mystery then. Well, the thing is about that will. Turns out I looked for after the execution no bail.
Hold it!
It was the governor who ordered the search for the will, as I understand it. Is that right? Yes, and when I report back to that we couldn't find it, he grabbed me by the cravat and yelled, "It can I have disappeared completely in my face!" Well, it's doomed to the governor to keep everybody working as hard as they should. I think the governor needs a wee taste of his own medicine, Mr. Naruhodo. The point is, it was clearly considered a very important document, wasn't it? But it proved impossible to find. That's right. And then before I knew it, it was in the morning paper, that blood-curdling article. The executed mass murderer who've risen from the dead. Oh, you mean... The article based on Mr. Drebber's experience in Lowgate Cemetery. Yo, keep that name in mind. Yes, that was it. The day after I'd read that news, I was summoned to the governor's office, and that's when the awful accusations was made. That you aided Genshin Usogi to escape from the prison, resulting in your immediate dismissal. I'm afraid I really don't remember anything after that. As the governor of the prison, I had no choice. How can I have done anything else? Only found the boots about the Sogi papers. I mean, makes no sense. It's just a will.
Hold it!
And that directive came from the same source as the one instructing you about the jailbreak. Aye, from the top levels of the prosecutor's office. What name was on it? I didn't ken before, and I didn't ken now. All I can tell you is that my orders were to do everything in my power to find that document. The directive said it had to be somewhere inside the fellow's cell. Document? Was that the wording? Document, not will. Aye, that's what it said. Am I clutching at straws here? Just wonder if it was really Genshin Usogi's last will and testament that the sender of that directive was after. Continue with your testimony then, witness. One was in the folds of the fellow's robe that was left in his cell.
Hold it!
And Mr. Usogi's kimono? Aye, the one he brought with him when he was locked up. Yes, he was permitted to have his personal effects with him during his incarceration, I understand. Yeah, even his katana. That's right, he was granted as much freedom as possible during the few days before his execution. Indeed, he had a number of items of personal significance. I remember, he was very reluctant to part with them. Some books, that kimono, his sword. His sword? Kuruma, the famous sword of the Usogi clan. It bears the soul of my family. I don't doubt it, but I wasn't really getting at that. Forget it being the soul of the clan. Could a man have had a more obvious weapon? Have some respect, Ryunosuke. Respectful silence. The warders carry firearms at all times, and the inmates have shackles around their ankles. He couldn't have hurt anybody with that thing. Still, he was allowed the swords, but no writing materials. He wrote that will before he came to stay with us at Barclay, you see. Dr. Mikoto was asked to bring the necessary Japanese writing implements to the prosecutor's office. Suziri inkstone, black sumi ink, and some hanshi rice paper, no doubt. I was present when he wrote it. I'm sorry to say, the letters just looked like a squirming mass of jet black earthworms to me. Worms. Oh frick, no! I didn't mean to do that! No, go back! No! I'm gonna skip through all this. My father had a passion for calligraphy. He found the profound black color of sumi ink to be very soothing. I'm sure that cursive Japanese script must look utterly incomprehensible to English eyes. Anywho, that's the document that was found. Oh freak! Wait, I can still see him! Oh, thank God!
Excuse me!
Sir, are you okay? Did the freaking kanji, like, make your head spin? Are you feeling faint, Mr. Vigil? Mr. Vigil! Sir, it was Scarlet, sir! What? Oh, I'm terribly sorry. I didn't mean to blur it out like that. Oh. Less swaying and more explaining would be helpful. Is it something about the testimony we just heard? Have you recalled something of importance? Something of importance? Possibly or possibly not. I'm unable to tell which way he's leaning, I'm afraid. My lord, the defense asks that Mr. Vigil be permitted to supplement his testimony with this possibly or possibly not important detail. Permission granted. Go ahead, Mr. Vigil. Yes, it was Scarlet! As I remember, the document was written in scarlet ink, but perhaps I'm mistaken. I'm going to freaking... Where's that freaking... Where is it? Okay, but it's this one. Recent scarlet ink stains visible on the little and ring fingers of the hand, but no document of corresponding ink was found. Where's that freaking document, man?
Objection!
Scarlet colored writing is what you said you thought you saw, Mr. Vigil. And I believe that's exactly what you did see. What? Have us again! You've no evidence to say that! Have a look at this report. That's my brother's autopsy report. Yes, and there's something in here that's bothering me since I first read it. It states that scarlet-colored ink stains were noted on the fingers of the victim's right hand. Yes, so it does. Scarlet ink! Now, I'm not familiar with the habits of the British aristocracy, I freely admit, but I would hazard a guess that they don't all go around with ink stains on their fingertips, do they? Your wit is not appreciated. My brother was a well-bred and fastidious man. Should ink have sullied his fingertips, he would have cleaned them immediately. What is your point, counsel? My point is this. Wherever Lord Clint Van Zeeks was writing in that unusually colored ink, it must have been directly before his death, because he died before he had the opportunity to clean his hand. What? I remember something troubled me at the time. At the scene, the lid of my brother's inkwell was open. But Clint was punctualist about such things. It seemed unusual. No document penned in the color of the ink that was in the inkwell was ever found. So the document had disappeared. Are you suggesting that the document my father had in his hand that night in his cell was the same document that Lord Clint von Zeeks was writing moments before his death? Then it was... If Mr. Vigil's testimony is to be believed, it can only mean that. Yes. Mr. Vigil! When you spotted Mr. Ryunosuke with the document in his cell, his precise words were as follows, were they not? Alright then, but what's on that paper? The last will and testament. This will is the only weapon I have left now. A last will and testament? If the conversation really did go as Mr. Vigil says, then what we know now completely changes the meaning of what Mr. Ryunosuke said. You really think? Mr. Vigil did indeed see the convict with a will, but it wasn't that of Ryunosuke. It was the last will and testament of Lord Clint von Zeeks! No! What? I need that will in my hands! This is madness! My brother's last will and testament! That would mean that he had chosen to die! That is what it would mean, yes. No, impossible! That is utterly out of the question! Lord von Zeeks. Clint was pursuing the professor. It consumed him day and night. Whatever happens, he would never have abandoned his investigation before its conclusion. Never! He wouldn't rest until the job was done. Until the killer was caught. The idea that we would willingly accept his own death is obscene.
Objection.
And yet, we can be sure that he was writing his will in moments before his death. And that Ryunosuke came to be in possession of that document. So what could the will possibly have contained? Clearly something that couldn't be made public under any circumstances whatsoever. My god. Because armed with that document, my father was able to negotiate with the judiciary for his life. It was something so daunting that it prompted the powers that to be enacted that daring jailbreak plot. Yes, there can be no question that the will contained information of the utmost secrecy. Information of the utmost secrecy. No, it couldn't be. I've heard more than enough. Pursuing this notion of a phantom will nobody can attest to serves absolutely no purpose.
Objection.
No, my lord, that's unacceptable. What did you say, counsel? The last will and testament that Ryunosuke had in his possession was that of Lord Clint von Zeeks. All the testimony evidence presented to the court has logically led us to that as a possibility. We have a duty to pursue the lines of reasoning to its conclusion. But with no possible means of knowing the contents of the document, there is no line of reasoning to pursue. A reason why Lord Clint von Zeeks, a man of high noble standing, would have chosen death. Information so secret, people in the judiciary would be willing to negotiate the jailbreak of a condemned killer. The only explanation that fits those facts is an unthinkable truth that runs absolutely everything on its head. But it's just too hideous. Mr. Naruhodo, however difficult the situation might become, you work with your client in pursuit of the truth. That's what you resolved to do when you entered the courtroom this morning, if I'm not mistaken, Mr. Sato. So hold your head high and keep soldiering on. Yes, you're right. 10 years ago, in his final moments, Lord Clint von Zeeks left behind a will. A will that Genshin Isogi was able to use as a weapon to negotiate his escape from prison. In all probability, the details in the will were related to the professor case. The defense's last statement is mere conjecture. What are you getting at, man? Ryunosuke? As soon as these words come out of my mouth, there's no going back. I believe that the last will and testament of Lord Clint von Zeeks was in fact... You can do this, Mr. Naruhodo. I believe that what Lord Clint von Zeeks actually penned that day was a confession. A confession regarding the mass murders known as the Professor and his true identity.
Objection!
Enough, Counsel! What are you saying? Do you even realize? A confession about the true identity of the Professor. That would mean... Lord von Zeeks, I appreciate this must be hard to take in. But it's the only explanation that fits. The killer that terrorized London a decade ago and became known as the Professor, the man believed to have murdered 5 members of the aristocracy, wasn't Genshin Isogi at all. No, you can't be suggesting... It was in fact the man believed to have been the 5th victim. Lord Clint von Zeeks himself! Oh! It's finally open, is it? Pandora's box. The great von Zeeks family, they've been thoroughbreds of the British judiciary for years. Lord Clint von Zeeks was a paragon of justice. Actually a mass murderer, perpetrator of the aristocracy's foulest nature. Found out. Law and order country, oh my god. My brother. Oh, this is too awful. Poor Lord von Zeeks. I wonder though, did he never suspect? Mr. Naruhodo? Lord Barrick von Zeeks is a brilliant prosecutor. Is it conceivable that he didn't realize that his older brother really was... Lord von Zeeks? The professor made use of an enormous hound as his murder weapon. Tell me, did your brother own a dog? Yes, he did. Balmung. He was a well-known hunting dog. People called him a giant. I don't believe this. When my brother would go hunting in the forest for the grounds behind the house, he always took Balmung. After Clint's death, the creature passed away too, almost as if he were following his master. He was a magnificent hunting dog, worthy of the jewel-studded collar around his neck. A jewel-studded collar? That's right, though sadly, some years ago now, he was stolen by a thief who broke into the house one night. A jewel-studded collar, stolen by a thief. It so happens that myself and my colleagues have come across such a collar during our time in London. How could you... There is an old emblem attached to the collar too, made of pure gold. It was topped with a small crown and bore an ornate capital letter B. What? An emblem bearing the initial B? Oh my, you know it! It's the insignia of the Baskerville family. What? The Baskerville? Why is that name coming up now? Baskerville is the family name of my late brother's widow. That pure gold emblem was an heirloom, which Clint acquired upon their marriage. There can be no doubt then, the collar you've described was Balmonk's. The family insignia of Lord Clint von Zeke's widow. There was a considerable amount of blood on the collar when we saw it. Since we know the dog was used for hunting, it could have been from its quarry, of course. But it could equally have been from human prey. So it's true then. Clint von Zeeks really was the professor. Impossible! These Japanese are making all to exert. Oh my god, no! What the fudge? So in fact, the person responsible for these murders of nobles and royals was a noble himself. And that threatened to be an enormous scandal that would irrevocably disestablish British society. My father knew that, and was using it to negotiate his way out of the unjust charges brought against him. But at the very last hour, those he'd bargained with betrayed him, slaying him mercilessly on foreign soil. Well, can you deny it, Lord Strongheart? 10 years have passed. And still now the 6 million inhabitants of our great capital rest easy believing that justice was done. That though this anonymity remains, the diabolical murderer was caught and executed. Very well then, you may have the truth. Tell me then, tell me what Clint really was! Lord Clint von Zeeks was too pure of heart. When he became a prosecutor and went in pursuit of the black roots of crime, he drove himself into a corner. He came to the uncomfortable realization that to fight the most fiendish of criminals requires one to become even more fiendish oneself. Clint. The 19th century was a truly miraculous 100 years for Great Britain, and indeed the whole world. New industry, new technology, and with the birth of the Metropolitan Police Service, new law and order. These dazzling new developments meant ever deeper shadows were cast on society. Water sullied by factories, air thick with noxious fumes, and crime growing daily to fill the darkness. Lord Clint von Zeeks made it his mission to combat that darkness, but as time went on, it slowly ate at his soul, until eventually, he was consumed. It's ironic, really, and somewhat surprising that the truth has once again been unearthed by a Japanese. Once again? What do you mean? 10 years ago, your father, Genshin Isogi, turned up at my office one night. The professor? Yes, beyond all shadow of a doubt, you must issue a warrant to search his home at once. Don't be absurd. The man comes from one of our country's most illustrious families. He's a paragon of justice here in the capital. Yes, that's the point. That's why none of you British can see it. He's using his noble status as a diversion whilst he commits these atrocious crimes behind the scenes. Do you have evidence? Nothing definitive as yet. But he keeps an enormous savage hound on the estate. We need the full support of the judiciary for this. We're up against a member of the aristocracy. So a large family estate has a fierce guard dog. You should know that's a commonplace here in Britain. I'm sorry, but I can't possibly put Scotland Yard onto this base on the tenuous accusation of a visiting student. Frick you! So I turned down Ryunosuke's plea, and as a result, he took it upon himself to visit the Von Zeke's mansion on his own. We can only imagine now what happened between the two men. Though we know the outcome, of course. Lord Clint Von Zeke's perished. I don't believe this. So in actual fact, Kazuma-sama's father did. He made the late Lord Von Zeeks meet the same fate. He put a permanent end to the professor killings. I've taken the drastic measure of ending the perpetrator's life. As soon as I hurried to the mansion. When I arrived, it was easy to grasp what had happened. And what about the will? Sogi must have already taken it. Nothing of that nature was found at the scene. We had no idea of the existence of such a document at that time. I was the only person who knew the true identity of the professor. So, I resolved to keep it a secret, to guard the secret to the bitter end. Regardless, that's not true. Frick you, man. Or not true, but like, you suck. You suck. You suck more than ever. So, you're admitting to it, that you were behind it all. It was you, then, who pinned the crimes on my father. Oh, he did more than that. I did what needed to be done in order to protect the law and order of the British Empire. Yeah, right. Even if that meant employing an unforgivable ruse. Then it was you who arranged this fabricated evidence. Oh, if the Queen of England could see this whole thing going down. I ordered that detective to take care of it, whilst keeping the truth from him naturally. Or even, you know, well, what if the entire world knew, you know? Like, that'd be crazy. Wait, what did I say? Or that detective take care of it whilst keeping the truth from him naturally. Gregson. Obviously, he opposed me at first. Yeah? Are you off your rocker? We can't do something like that. There's no question that it was Sogi who murdered Lord Von Zeeks. The house staff had made statements that they saw the man running from the mansion that night. Yes, well, I've no doubt it was that Japanese fella. But we haven't got a shred of conclusive evidence against the man. And worse than that, he doesn't keep a dog. So we're short of a murder weapon to boot. And we're short on time, Gregson. We must put a stop to this man's rampage for the good of the country. So we'll use whatever means necessary. Do I make myself clear, Detective? Blimey. So that night, 10 years ago, and I was attacked by those thugs in the back streets. When Genshin's ring was taken, that was him, was it? That was Gregson, some hired help. Then the detective handed the stolen ring to Dr. Wilson, who feigned its discovery from the victim's stomach during that autopsy. And in the light of that decisive evidence, Mr. Sogi was found guilty of the charges brought against him. However, behind the scenes, he had actually already struck a deal with his accusers, in which he agreed to silently accept the charges. I just don't believe that part. As far as I knew the man, my father despised such underhand dealings. It was extremely easy to make him comply. You see, he had one crippling weakness. What weakness? Isn't it obvious? You, Kazuma Sogi. Me! Perhaps you have no desire to return to your homeland, Asogi. What? Though I heard you have a 14-year-old son. Agree to cooperate and accept your guilt without contention, and you will see Japan and your son again. You scoundrel! Whether you choose wisely or not, it will be a closed trial by order of Her Majesty, so whatever rash claims you might make in court, we'll have no trouble in stifling them. There's only one outcome for you, Sogi. The gallows. Don't forget that I still have a weapon at my disposal. A document revealing a truth that I know you're desperate to keep hidden. Yes, it hadn't escaped my mind, which is the only reason I'm willing to bargain with you. I only want to protect this country's law and order, you understand. So, what's it to be, Sogi? Kazuma. He did it for me! And as I told him at the time, my motive was simply to protect Britain from the damage the truth would do. To protect this country's law and order at any cost. That's not a face you would make with your, like, evil!
Objection!
I have never dared let myself even consider this possibility until now. But in the light of all this treachery, I have to ask. The mastermind behind the Reaper of the Bailey. Was it you, Lord Mail Strongheart? A rather brilliant idea, wouldn't you say? Lord Beric von Zeeks. That the spirit of your late brother, that paragon of justice, should return to reap justice for his sibling. Could there be a more appetizing tale for London's masses, I ask you? What brazen... I knew that you'd play the part to perfection, but your role really wasn't that of some embodiment of death. No, you were London's guardian angel. An angel with bloody hands? I think not. Those who had cooperated with me already were only too happy to participate in my plan. Inspector Gregson, Dr. Wilson. My minions worked tirelessly to ensure that the finger of guilt could never come to rest on you. It's all thanks to them that you were exhaled as the demigod the Reaper became. But Dr. Wilson left Britain 4 years ago, and he was invited to work in Japan. That's right. So I had to employ the services of his young protege after that. Dr. Courtney Scythe. Dr. Scythe. So what with the execution of the professor and the subsequent reign of the Reaper of the Bailey, I successfully safeguarded law and order in our mighty capital for the past decade. That is everything. My lords, ladies and gentlemen, I do hereby confess, it was I who sired the concept of the Reaper. However, let me say in my defense, it was all for the preservation of law and order across the entire empire. What Strongheart did it? An unforgivable collection of crimes, but still, those who died at the Reaper's hand were rotten to the core anyway. No, don't freaking! Do not believe that, my freaking god. Killing people is not... Oh my god. What music is this? There's no one left now who can reveal the precise truth of what happened 10 years ago. Therefore, this trial can go no further. Now, I would like to entreat all those present. Beyond these four walls, nobody needs to know the truth. Even Her Majesty must be protected from this. I trust you all appreciate the importance of my request. It is, of course, for the good of the country. Can he do this? Can the trial really end now?
Hold it!
I have one last question. For the accused, Lord Von Zieks. What? Of course, I know that you're a highly accomplished prosecutor, so I find it hard to believe that you didn't have any doubts at all. That you never suspected your older brother. Yes, the same thought occurred to me. It was only once, but yes, I couldn't say that I never had my doubts. My brother's sense of justice was extremely strong. Perhaps too strong, I observed. At that time, there were members of the aristocracy who were bleeding the country dry of their own gain. And since they were nobles, they were untouchable. For my brother, it was a source of great turmoil. And coincidentally, at the same time, the professor began his terrifying reign. During the time of the professor killings, my brother did not appear to be himself. And that made you suspect? Yes. But it was only once, not more. Only once. Really. Clint wasn't the culprit. That was my conclusion at the time, and I still believe that now. Do you have any evidence to support that idea? The third victim was the Lord Chief Justice at the time. It was he who had recognized my brother's potential and trained him as a prosecutor. No matter what the circumstances, it's unthinkable that my brother could have killed his friend and mentor. That will do. Neither Clint Von Zieks nor Genshin Asogi will still walk this earth. However much we debate this matter now, we cannot hope to reach a conclusion. But there are only two extant pieces of evidence from the time. The woe beyond ring that acted as the incriminating evidence who condemned Genshin Asogi, and the 3-page last will and testament penned in black ink and left behind by the man. You done goofed up, my guy. The wretched truth of what happened is exactly as I have explained. Later today, I will present myself at the Ministry of Justice for whatever sanction is deemed appropriate. That is all. Court is adjourned.
Objection!
Thank you, Kazuma. Me? If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have made this 11th hour discovery. What discovery? My lord, I'm afraid I must insist the trial continues. I beg your pardon. As the court has been reminded today already, we must stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth. And to that end, one particular statement made by somebody in this courtroom moments ago revealed a very subtle contradiction. What contradiction? But all I did was ask the accused one simple question. Well, it began with Lord Von Zeeks and his recollection about his brother. The Lord Strongheart didn't permit the defendant to speak at length. I merely pointed out that we can draw no further useful conclusions here. So where on earth is the contradiction? One of them definitely just said something contradictory. It's time to identify who. I'm gonna be right back so I can refill my drink. I hate this man so much. came back. I need to prepare myself for this because I'm gonna freaking... I mean, we're close, but like, there's still a lot to like go over. Frick this guy. It was Lord Strongheart, I'm sure of it. Something he said was slightly off. Come on, Ryunosuke, think back over his words. Find the problem. Neither Clint von Zeeks nor Genshin Sogi will walk this earth. Still walk this earth. However much we debate this matter now, we cannot hope to reach a conclusion. There are only two extant pieces of evidence from the time. The vote beyond ring that act as the incriminating evidence to condemn Genshin Sogi, and the 3-page last will and testament penned in black ink and left behind by the man. Lord Strongheart, would you care to explain? Explain what, Counsel? Among the statements you made just a few moments ago, something you said was inconsistent with a certain piece of evidence we have. Inconsistent? And whilst an inconsistency remains, the defense has a right to pursue an explanation. Ryunosuke, what? Let me warn you about the statement you are making, Counsel. They very well prove fatal. You claim my words contain a contradiction? With which piece of evidence, I ask you? Give me the mother frickin' Sogi papers. You said 3, there's 2, you mother fricker. This here is the will left behind by Mr. Sogi. The 2-paged will. What? Yet moments ago, your precise words were the 3-page last will and testament. Could it be that originally there was a 3rd page? For a moment, I thought perhaps you'd identified something worthwhile, but it's a mere trifle, I see. A trifle? Governor Caden! What can I do for you, sir? You were present when the Japanese man penned his last will and testament. Aye, I was there for sure. I remember the black black scrolls to this day. And I'm quite certain, my lord, that there was a 3rd page at the time. Then, sir, where the frick is it? 'Cause I only got 2 you frickin' gave me. What? Only the first 2 pages of the actual will, though. If I mind correctly, the 3rd was a message to his lad back in Japan. For the legal purposes, we require only his will. And we may have wanted any uncomfortable words about Britain to get back to Japan, eh? So it was decided that the 3rd page ought to be sent.
Objection!
How dare you make that decision? I had the right to know what it said, to hear my father's final words to me. The courtroom is no place for sentimentality, Counsel. As it happens, I have the 3rd page of the document with me here now. Give it to me. Give it to me, motherfricker. My father's message. It will be given to you at the end of these proceedings. It'll be too late once the trial is over. We need to know what it says now. Even the slightest thing may give us a vital clue. My lord! The defense calls for Genshin Sogi's last words to his son to be read aloud before the court now. Your request is denied. The inevitability Malden words can be of no consequence now. Ah, frick you, man.
Objection!
The prosecution agrees. The court should know the contents of that message. Every possible piece of evidence must be thoroughly examined. Very well then, Governor Caden. You will read the 3rd page of the document for all present to hear. Yes, sir. Only, I should point out, my lord, that I can actually read the Wyrom language. This beautiful handwriting. Shame on you, Barry. Mikitova, yeah! If I could be of assistance here, I'd be happy to translate the words into English for the court. Father! You're still here, are you, Dr. Mikitoba? Yeah, he ain't leaving, man. Frick you. What the fudge? Naturally, I consider myself a member of the judiciary. I bet a lowly one. But perhaps I should quietly withdraw after I've translated Genshin's message. Your cooperation is much appreciated. Zuma, the truth is shrouded in darkness. A darkness only our clan's great sword can pierce. Mighty Kuruma, twist thy head and watch them fall. All thy mortal foes. That's the end of the message, it would seem. A haiku poem. Twist thy head. Father, what is Kuruma? The name of the Asogi clan's famous sword. A razor-sharp blade known to all, passed down for generations. It embodies the Japanese spirit. It's not known to me. It's the katana sword that was submitted as evidence earlier in these proceedings. The one worn by the prosecution counsel when he confronted Inspector Gregson. All these procrastinations are beginning to turn my patience. Adjournment of this court is long overdue. As the presiding judge, I have been accommodating as possible of the will of the courtroom. However, despite all that, no new information has come to light. In pursuit of justice, Lord Clint von Zeeks tragically lost all sense of mortality. Or morality, frickin'. Well, I mean, yeah, he didn't have that, so. Yeah, well, either way, he didn't have either of those. Morality. When he murdered his former mentor, clearly he was already devoid of his normal faculties.
Objection!
How dare you! I refuse to believe that to my brother! Too much time has passed. We cannot ever hope to know more than what we do now. Especially since the alleged will that he penned in his final moments appears to have been lost forever. Nah, it's fine. It's all good. Boo! Tomato, tomato, tomato. I'm throwing tomatoes at this man's face. Frick you! I hate you! Lord Strongheart, you appear to be in something of a hurry to wrap things up. I wonder why. We've heard you state time and time again during these proceedings that everything you did was in the interest of protecting British law and order. I stand by that. Without the Reaper, we could never have achieved the reduction in crime the capital has seen.
Objection!
What about Inspector Gregson, then? And Dr. Wilson? Frick this place. There were no criminals. You used them to achieve your ends, and then you had them killed. However you dressed it up, there was nothing fair or just about that. Lord Strongheart, what exactly is it that you're hiding? Dr. Mikitoba, Were you not to quietly withdraw after the translation of your former associate's will? In this courtroom, no argument carries weight unless it is supported by evidence. And it would seem that the defense has no more evidence to present. Oh. Oh, really? In which case, I hereby order all discourse from these proceedings to be struck from the record. This is my last chance. Mr. Naruhodo! I have to present some decisive evidence now, or it's all over. But can I? Oh, I can present evidence. Let's save real quick. Let me find this evidence, because I need to take a good look at that sucker. Mighty Kuruma, twist thy head and watch them fall. All thy immortal foes. That's the proper way to use the sword, is it? Maybe I should try it. It hurts my neck, that's the trouble. Mr. Naruhodo, if I might make a suggestion, I think perhaps it doesn't mean your head. Oh, I once studied the history and development of the katana some time ago, and as I'm sure you're probably aware, the sword's head is the part at the very end of the hilt. It's written as head in Japanese, but it's pronounced as Kashira, I believe. Kashira? So Mr. Sogi's words really meant twist the butt of the hilt. You don't think... look what's inside it! Is that... a tightly wounded sheet of parchment? Scarlet ink! It's written in scarlet ink! I penned this, my last will and testament, in the final moment before my inevitable and willing death. Is this it? Isn't it? Mr. Naruhodo, look at the signature at the end! Clint von Zeeks. And the date, 10 years ago, on that fateful night! So for 10 years, it's been silently concealed inside Kuruma and nobody knew. The last will and testament of Lord Clint von Zeeks. Wait. Oh my goodness. Look at this. This is unbelievable. Before I look at that, I need to look at this again, because there's an achievement. I didn't know. Kusuma's father certainly had a way with words. And he certainly thought up ingenious hiding places, too. It seemed almost playful at first, but I do wonder if, over the years perhaps, the duties of the Isogi clan have actually called for such inventiveness. Protecting great secrets, you mean? Those sorts of duties? Well, I could believe that. Kusuma conducts himself like someone with the weight of his clan's long and noble history on his shoulders. Isogi Clan Appreciator. I got the achievement. Yeah! Alright, let's look at this will from Clint von Zeeks. Oh my... Let me freaking read it. No, I want to read it! Motherfricker. Alright, guess what? Well, I have evidence now. Frick you. Wait, my lord. As it happens, the defense does have evidence to present. What? Don't be absurd! There is nothing of relevance remaining from the time.
Objection!
It's high time that you realize something, my lord. This gentleman has an uncanny habit of producing evidence at the final hour. That had escaped everyone else's attention. Nonsense. What is it, Ryunosuke? What do you have? I dare say, the final, decisive piece of evidence that will reveal the whole truth about this rotten tale. How can you... decisive? Well, it would appear there's no escaping it now, my lord. It be so then. Present whatever you think you have that can settle this decade-old enigma if you're capable. What exactly is this evidence that the defense claims to be so decisive?
Take that!
There is a single piece of evidence that can clarify what really happened 10 years ago. The last will and testament of Lord Clint von Zeeks. Ha! A wonderfully astute observation, I'm sure. But in case it had escaped your notice, that document was lost long ago. That's right, it was. Only... I have it right here. Discovered just moments ago. Impossible! That can't be! Everything that's happened comes back to this will. This document is the key that will unlock the entire mystery! Frick you! We are taking you down! Oh, he's gonna crash out! Crash out! I dare you! Crash out right now! My brother's last will and testament! Where did you find that? It was rolled up inside this. Holy frick. Inside Kuruma! That ultimate weapon Genshin Isogi obtained was laying undisturbed in the hilt of this sword all these years. Just waiting for the right time to emerge and reveal the truth. The signature and seal certainly look official. He's afraid of it like the plague. My god, it's true. You want to see this, Lord Strongheart? You want to see this? Just like points up at his face. Actually, no way. He'll just rip it, tear it apart. It's my brother's handwriting. There can be no mistake. I love how like the governor is just gone. Crash out, mother fricker. I forbid the contents of that document from being read out. Do you hear me? I strictly forbid it. Frick you! I could care less. Or burn it. Oh yeah, he's like right by the frickin' the frickin' weights of the scales that are burning. I'm still scared of that. You can't do that, my lord. This document could explain everything. That document could literally destroy the meaning of justice in this country. That's because of you. That's because it's your own dang fault. I demand that you hand it to me at once. Why? What are you trying to hide? Could it be that you already know what's written on this page? What are you implying? Court is adjourned with immediate effect. Clear the courtroom.
Objection.
Do that, my lord. And you'll suffer a fatal blow as Lord Chief Justice. I beg your pardon. Forcibly ending a trial without good reason, and not any trial, a closed trial by order of Her Majesty the Queen. To defy the monarch's will is treason. Lord Clint von Zeeks really did pen will that day. It's exactly the young Japanese man said. Read it out, now! We have a right to hear what's in that will. A right and a duty. Oh, well, my lord. It would rather appear as though proceedings aren't going to go quite as you'd hope. You fools! Go ahead, Ryunosuke. Read it! The prosecution gives its full support! Very well, then. No, for God's sake! No! I pen this, my last will and testament, in the final moments before my inevitable and willing death. The hour is 11 p.m., and I sit at my writing desk in my office. My good friend Asogi stands at my shoulder. He has expressed his intention to invoke the dying ritual of the duel, that I may depart this world with honor, an honor of which I am utterly undeserving. The Japanese are truly merciful people. I, Clint von Zieks, Lord of the Manor of the Von Zieks estate, hereby confess to the following. I am the killer who has come to be known in society as the Professor, guilty of 4 counts of murder. I will not here discourse the corruption rife among the aristocracy, which is to me, as one of them, so apparent. However, 6 months ago, I took the life of a member of the House of Lords at the heart of the depravity. A demon who habitually sacrificed the common man to further his own interests, abusing his position of power. The law is impotent against such vile avarice. Only a fellow demon can rid society of this menace. That demon was my quarry, upon whom I willingly set my great hound. But though I am a hunter of some experience, I'm a poor felon, it seems. My guilt was at once recognized by another, and I became subject to his extortion. He held over me the threat of exposing my wicked crime to my beloved wife and brother. Under that threat, I have done this man's bidding for months now, killing those he demanded I kill. As I watched my former mentor perish before my eyes at the jaws of the hound I commanded, I realized I had lost the last shred of decency within me and sunk to the levels of a wild beast. There is no path back to the light. Be it I or my dear friend Asogi who dies this night, I am eternally darned. To my extortioner, Mel Strongheart, may you feel the jaws of the beast at your throat every time you swallow. I'm sorry. Why was okay? I'm ruining the mood with this, but like, why was freaking Lord Strongheart hitting the like, if you laugh, you go to heck face? If Clint was the professor, then Strongheart was the dean. Oh yeah. 100%. Why was it looked like Lord Strongheart was like doing like, I think it was like I Show Speed or something, like his face when he's just like trying not to laugh. Like I'm sorry. So now we know. Yes, Clint von Zieks was a murderer. But somebody was directing him and naming his victims. His extortioner, Lord Mel Strongheart. It was you! Like... He's doing the face. Like, you can't... Lord Strongheart. A moment ago, you claimed that what the court had just heard could destroy justice in this country. But you weren't trying to protect justice at all. All you were trying to do was conceal the secrets of your true nature and the countless lives you sacrificed up until now. He's the dean, and he was expelling everyone that was in his school. Or no, not even expelling, firing everyone that was in his, that was working with him. It just didn't make sense to me that the third victim, the former Lord Chief Justice, was my brother's benefactor and a man of lofty principles. As I said, Kunt had no possible reason to kill the man. But you did, didn't you, Lord Strongheart? To eliminate the man who stood between you and the office you'd set your sights on. So you used your own hunting dog, Lord Kunt von Zeeks, to take him down. It had to be done. London's unsavory shadows are deep, and the arm of the law fails to reach their depths. Crime must be cut off at the roots, but the Lord Chief Justice at the time couldn't see that. He was weak. Lofty principles, you say, tantamount to cowardice if you ask me. Which is why I took his place, in order to fight the crime he was allowing to spread like wildfire. By murdering the man. The Reaper, the Professor, the name makes no difference. As I've explained countless times already, it was all done for the furtherance of law and order in London.
Objection.
Are you going to legitimize the murder of my father now, too? Genshin Asogi. Well, that was unfortunate. I had fully intended to send him back to Japan, as we'd agreed. I don't believe you! It was you, wasn't it? You killed him! You laugh, you go to heck face. I don't know why this wasn't the meme I saw. No, it wasn't me who took your father's life. Then who? On the night following his mock execution, I went to Logate Cemetery at 3 in the morning with Jigoku. Judge Jigoku! There had to be a collaborator on the Japanese side to manage Isogi's treatment after his reparation. Jigoku had a fierce ambition. It made him easy to manipulate. 10 years ago, after he stood trial for the destruction of the witness stand, I had words with him. When I told him the position of Minister of Foreign Affairs could be his, he couldn't agree fast enough. Toshiro, you fool. As you know, Isogi escaped the prison in a closed casket and was subsequently interred. We intend to dig him out of his grave before he ran out of air. But sadly, all did not go to plan. Trevor! There was an unexpected visitor to the cemetery with his own ideas about digging up graves. Genshin would have been still alive. He would have been able to get back home to Japan if it weren't for that freaking Enoch Trevor was there. A man who witnessed that nobody was supposed to see. This kills me when I think about it. Not Trevor. Of course, I knew grave robbers frequented London's cemeteries, but that grave on that particular night. Blast, if people find out the convict wasn't really executed, the scandal will rock the very foundation of the Empire. Then what do we do? Shoot him, Mr. Jigoku! Shoot Isogi at once! He can't live now this has happened. He has to go. What are you talking about? You had an agreement. You promised him he could return to Japan. Everything has changed now. If the truth got out because of this, both of us will be finished. Forever. Come on, Jigoku, do it! Pull the trigger! Shoot! Jigoku shot Tsutogi from the shadows. The grave robber was so close, the blood sprayed over his coat. He fled as fast as his legs would carry him. And Jigoku and I put Hisogi's body back in the grave from which he just emerged. And I later learned of the waxwork modeler's presence at the scene as well. I made her swear to two things. Never to remove the professor's mask, and never to speak of the events of that night. And with that, the secret was buried along with Hisogi's corpse. So, now you know what really happened in Lowgate Cemetery that night. It was Jigoku, your Japanese acquaintance, who killed Hisogi in the end, you see. He claimed to be the man's friend. When push came to shove, he pulled the trigger. Just before Mr. Jigoku left the courtroom earlier, he said that the assassin exchange proposal was a demand from his British counterpart, not a request. So you coerced him too, using what happened in the graveyard. By that time, Jigoku was the Minister of Foreign Affairs negotiating international treaties with Britain. You can imagine what would have happened if it came to light he murdered a compatriot 10 years earlier. He would have lost everything. I merely reminded him of that. How do you sleep at night? These past 10 years, I've fought tirelessly with the darker recesses of London's criminal underworld, and I've used whatever means necessary to ensure that justice prevails and law and order reigns supreme. Your sense of justice sickens me.
Objection!
That couldn't be further from the truth. The fact is, you haven't fought crime at all. How dare you! I saved Clint Von Zieks from dishonor in his death. And what'd you do? You freaking, like... all of this had happened.
Objection!
Whilst behind the scenes, you systematically buried anyone who stood in your way. And then, you made my father take the blame. It was unavoidable. It was the only way to protect our justice system and public order. Let's not forget the others you had killed as well. Setting the defendant up as the Reaper to cover up the truth behind the murders of countless more. That's... enough! Do you have any idea of the conniving that led to the acquittals of those wretched criminals? We have to fight fire with fire. Our courts can't function without a Reaper. Can't you see all I've done for this country? This has been my struggle. Yeah, struggle! Struggle! Frick you!
Objection!
You've done nothing! It's Lord Von Zieks who has worked tirelessly and justly in court, whilst enduring the disgrace of the Reaper name. And Inspector Gregson, fraught with anguish for having sullied his hands through a desire to do the right thing. Not to mention Genshin Hisogi, who risks his life going in pursuit of the truth you tried to hide. No, the darker recesses of London's underworld were largely filled by you. You little When will you get it through your thick skulls that it was all for Queen in the country? I'm tiring of that excuse. You've consistently twisted the truth for bargaining power to make others do your bidding, nothing more. People who willingly twist the truth and coerce others have no right to call themselves part of the judiciary. I strongly suggest you don't ever talk of justice again! Oh! Well. Dear me, my good fellows, dear me. A well-deserved round of applause, I think, for a quite marvelous performance. What are you talking about? Those delightfully grave expressions, that beautifully pronounced Queen's English. Really, our friends from the Far East are quite the picture of industriousness. You fraud! Keep your mockery! Please, don't misunderstand. It really is exactly as you both said. What are you trying to say? I have occupied the darker recesses of London's underworld, and, how do you put it, done nothing? I confess it's a little embarrassing to have it pointed out quite so starkly, but yes, I really have done nothing, which means I can be indicted for nothing, no? What? It's true. Personally, I have committed no crime. I have merely been surrounded by fools who've acted very rashly indeed. You can't get away with that! You've consistently preyed on people's weaknesses! And what? Threatened them? Are you sure it wasn't just bargaining? Oh, I didn't want to say, when he started clapping, like, maniacally like that, like, oh yeah, this is Gant's grandfather or something, 100%. I would like to address all the good lords, ladies, and gentlemen of the judiciary here present. You all know these darker recesses in our great capital, and deep down, I believe you also know that to fight those who dwell there requires at least some of us to occupy the darkness ourselves. So let me appeal to your good sense now. Consider the situation with me. If this catalogue of horrifying revelations were to become common knowledge among the 6 million inhabitants of London, what might happen? To learn that the infamous murderer of the royals and nobles was a respected member of the aristocracy himself. That evidence was fabricated in the scapegoat's trial and amid secret negotiations with prosecutors to effect a jailbreak. That the Reaper of the Bailey was an organized group of assassins managed by a Scotland Yard inspector. And finally, that it was all masterminded by the Lord Chief Justice himself. You brought this upon yourself. And now you are now, frick you. The general public of Britain knew the truth. All faith in the police and the prosecutor's office would be completely lost, without doubt. Public order in the capital would completely break down. We'd be cast back to the lawless days of the last century. Precisely as it was 100 years ago when 1 in 10 of the population were criminals. Think what we've accomplished since then. A public policing force, a comprehensive set of laws. And if we want to continue to protect this new era of law and order, I say again, we must at times occupy the darkness ourselves. We have successfully identified and apprehended the man responsible for taking Inspector Gregson's life. That is all that was expected of this trial. All these other matters have been discussed will be eliminated from the minutes of these proceedings in the interest of preserving the law and order, and to protect Her Majesty the Queen, of course. Well, my lords, ladies, and gentlemen, what say you? He has a point. Things Lord Strongheart has done are quite unforgivable. But on the other hand, it is our duty to maintain law and order in the capitals. Can't deny the fact the Reaper over the years has done wonders for the crime rate. And by fair means or foul, all thanks to Lord Strongheart. No! Freak this mother fricker! Are you hearing this? This is the will of the British judiciary. It's all fun and games until one of you guys is convicted for some sort of crime. Which probably won't happen because, you know, for your rousing response, friends, I express my heartfelt gratitude. Therefore, in accordance with the overwhelming wishes of the court, the record shall be erased. You have to respect the man's ability to turn the situation to his favor. Lord Strongheart really is a master of manipulation. You've conclusively proven his guilt. Yet still he manages to evade justice. I just don't know what we can do. Ryunosuke. It still looks like the trial really is going to come to an end now. I'm almost out of options, I think. There is really only one path left open to me. Let's bring the goat back! Yes, as I know only too well. The only thing that carries any weight in court is hard evidence. But Mr. Naruhodo, what evidence is there to use at this stage in the trial? I have no idea. I don't know whether anything will come of it, but if there was ever a time for using this particular item we have among the evidence, it's now. Give me this mother freaking rabbit! Yes!
Take that!
Oh my! Yes, Mr. Sholmes asked if you had that with you earlier. We've exposed all of Lord Strongheart's wrongdoing now. I've no doubt that Mr. Sholmes had already deduced exactly how the truth would unfurl. So I think it must be time for the great detective to take center stage, don't you? Yes, absolutely. Let's take the hair by the ears then, and heave! Alright, here goes! Oh! My dear fellows, must I remind you every time? A gentle tug will suffice. Mr. Sholmes, you're looking in quite the wrong direction, Mr. Naruhodo, because I'm over here. Mr. Naruhodo, he's... It's Mr. Sholmes! My goat! I wasn't expecting you back, Sholmes. My goat! Delighted to be here again, Lord Strongheart. What is the meaning of this? Bailiff, seize him! Put that man in irons! This is a closed court! You've been warned once already, man! It's all of Holmes. Yes! What the? We can't get hold of him, my lord! Yes! Holy frick, he died. We just go right through him! Yeah! Look at him go! Can't touch it. Oh my god, I love this so much! He's freaking T-posing on them! Frick you guys! Imagine the mocap studio here. I freaking love this so much! There's my goat! Yes! Oh my god! I love... He's still trying, like, holy frick, he's a ghost, guys, I can't get him. Oh my god! I'm afraid your efforts are wasted. You see, the great detective you see before you is composed entirely of light and shadow. An image, if you will. Whoa! Mr. Naruhodo, I must congratulate you on your fine deductions. He's a freaking phantom! Yo, I want to point this out because someone pointed this out on Twitter. I remember seeing it a while back. The fact the dude's like, oh, electricity, whatever the heck everyone's on about, is completely false. Yet he does this! He pulls this! Mother fricker! I love this man so much. He's so cool. Mr. Sholmes, what on earth is... Are you familiar, I wonder, with the invention known as the telephone? Well, yes. I heard that some public telephones have been installed recently in Tokyo. And yet in the freaking 19th century, Mother Fricker made this. The sound of the speaker's voice is converted to an electrical signal and transmitted instantly to another place. Quite, sounds are transmitted, so could not images keep them company, I mused. Iris and I did some modest experimentation to develop such a device specifically for this very day. Modest experimentation, Mr. Sholmes. What a modest description. And somewhat incidentally, I thought we might just as well transmit an entire scene. Somewhat incidentally, Mr. Sholmes. Now you're just being immodest. Do you mean to say you're not actually here, Sholmes? I knew my trusty partner would have no trouble grasping the concept. Except he's grasping the stand to steady himself after your shock arrival. Dude's gonna pass out. Gave him a heart attack. Probably thought you were a ghost, man. Poor father. I would have hoped he might have been forewarned, being the great detective's great partner. Oh no, he had to like freaking show everyone this. Leave my courtroom at once! Get out, I swear to you! Dear me, you on the other hand, Lord Strongheart, appear to have a very poor grasp of the situation. Allow me to reiterate, I am not here, which would I hope lead naturally to one asking, where exactly are you? The very question I was awaiting. I am at present enjoying the air in a rather splendid garden. A garden? Not just any garden, you understand? A garden at Buckingham Palace. What? You can't be! Buckingham Palace? What's Buckingham Palace, Mr. Sato? I've never heard of it. Do you ever read the news, Mr. Naruhodo? Mr. Sholmes? Is Iris with you there? Ah, well now, Iris is currently enjoying some tea. With Her Majesty. Her Majesty! Not just any Her Majesty, you understand. Her Majesty, the Queen of the British Empire. What? That's my goat! What on earth is all this about? Buckingham Palace is Her Majesty the Queen's residence in London, Mr. Naruhodo. I demand immediate silence! Her Majesty the Queen! You can't be, no. This is some sort of unforgivably distasteful trickery by a third-rate detective, that's all. Oh, third-rate motherfricker! I hate this man so much. Unforgivably distasteful trickery. What an apt description. A closed court session attended by elite members of the judiciary is a rare event. I presume that Her Majesty will be more than a little curious about the proceedings. So, I decided to show her everything from start to finish. Huh, you showed her? That's my goat! Indeed. By dint of the Herlock Sholmes' remote cinematograph. Oh my god, I have a stroke here. He snitched to the boss! Well, this snitch doesn't get stitches. I mean, he does, but you know, like, he doesn't. You meddling. This is some kind of nightmare. Yeah. Matagra, okay. I don't know why I was having a stroke here. I'm just so excited. Just as I appear to be standing before you, regaling you with talk of my latest invention. No doubt you've inferred that the reverse is also true. You don't mean... Her Majesty has seen and heard every moment of the proceedings. I assume there will be no objection. After all, every trial in this country is conducted under the auspices of Her Majesty, as you know. You... I confess, I am quite impatient to Her Majesty's opinion. About the unforgivably distasteful trickery in which you've been engaged over the past 10 years. No, I was merely... Oh, so sorry to keep you all waiting. Vicky and I had so much to talk about. Iris, there you are. In fact, I have a little message here from Her Majesty. A message? Well then, if everyone is sitting comfortably... Forthwith and with immediate effect, all authority previously afforded to male Strongheart is hereby revoked for evermore. Furthermore, he will be prosecuted for crimes against his country in a public trial by a jury in the coming days. So, it seems that Her Majesty doesn't believe we need to fight fire with fire. You're fired! Yeah! Justice in this country didn't need to be administered from shadows at all. Male Strongheart, the darkness you fostered to conceal your despicable actions these last 10 years is a thing of the past now. After today, your brand of law and order has no future, because no longer are you the Lord Chief Justice. In the eyes of the law and of Her Majesty the Queen, you are nothing but a criminal! Adjourned! 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 Oh my god, he's crashing out! Court is adjourned! Oh! Oh, that's so much guilt. That is so much guilt, man guy. Oh, dear guy's dead. Oh! Off the scale, guilty. Peak breakdown. Absolute cinema. Look at this broken man. Frick you, man. You did this to yourself. Because you were a freaking greedy punk. That's possibly like the best breakdown I've seen. Like, was that a valid crash out? I don't think so. Lord Kuntvanzix left a will in which he confessed to everything. When those words came out of Sogi's mouth, it deranged me completely. I knew I must do anything and everything in my power to contain the situation. But I couldn't find the darn document. I searched his cell. It wasn't there. Which precipitated the jailbreak plot, I presume. What do you mean? The need to obtain that will was all-consuming. I was sure that if I facilitated Sogi's escape, he would emerge with the will somewhere on his person. But despite searching his limp body in the cemetery that night, it still eluded me. It never even crossed my mind that it was concealed in the sword's hilt. Because you were too... Actually, no, you can't even read it. Never mind. No. You're not stupid. I would say you're still stupid, but still. If only you knew how to read freaking kanji, then you would probably know. What pains me now is that my brother left this world without a word to me. I'm sorry, Lord Van Zeeks. In point of fact, I think perhaps this isn't the case. Sorry? How can that be? There is more to his last will and testament. What? As I confront the prospect of my demise, I feel bitter regret for my younger brother. Beric, you have always looked up to me, and now you follow in my footsteps to become a prosecutor. It is my fervent wish that my unspeakable deeds should not hinder your advancement. I ask not for understanding, for none could understand my depravity. I ask for only forgiveness. Isoki is a fine detective, and a hunter worthy of respect. He has agreed to honor my final two wishes. The first is that this document survives. The second, I cannot commit to paper. I have confessed my sins to my wife. May she find resolution in my death. With my eternal gratitude to my Japanese friend, I rest my quill. Clint von Zeeks. Clint. Mel Strongheart. You colluded with Sashiro Jigoku in a criminal plot so immense it spanned the oceans. And you cold-heartedly murdered all those who knew the truth about what happened 10 years ago. But why did you set about that now, a whole decade later? To ascend to the very peak. These last 10 years made me realize being the Lord Chief Justice wasn't enough. Short of becoming Her Majesty's Attorney General, I could have no real power to effect the changes needed in this country. And for that promotion, I needed to ensure no remnants of the past remained. How could you? I like everything to run smoothly in the exact manner that I prescribe, like a well-oiled machine. And I was just a step away. And for your ambition to succeed, did you even bother to count the number of brilliant people you had killed? Ah, Mr. Reaper, are you not forgetting something? Such as? You very much adopted your usual prosecutor-like demeanor in the proceedings now. But the reality of the situation is that you are the defendant in this trial. However, the presiding judge would appear to have fallen from the bench, as it were. May I suggest, therefore, that we entrust the final adjudication to an old friend? Yeah! My lord! As a member of the judiciary, I have been following the proceedings from the gallery. And I must say, I shan't ever forget the extraordinary battle between good and evil that I witnessed here today. The darkness that has blighted justice in our land these past 10 years has at last been dispelled. Thanks to, in no small part, to the efforts of a bright young star from the east. Defense Counsel Naruhodo. Yes, my lord? On behalf of everyone here present in the Old Bailey, I give you my heartfelt thanks. You're too kind, my lord. The first time I faced you in court, just under a year ago now, I had the faintest of intimidations. That if British justice, so warped and twisted over its long history, was finally to know change. My God, I have a stroke. This might just be the man to do it. What? But at the time, I wouldn't allow myself to acknowledge the possibility. I couldn't overcome my hatred of the Japanese, after the circumstances of my brother's death. Mr. Naruhodo, allow me to apologize for countless discourtesies on my part. You are a lawyer of boundless talent. Our Lord Von Zeeks. When I first arrived in Great Britain, I was literally a nobody, certainly not a lawyer. The truth is, my fortunes have entirely been made by the miraculous people I've met. My best friend, Kazuma Osogi, who led me here to Britain in the first place. My loyal and ever-patient judicial assistant, Miss Susato, who helped me study to become a lawyer. The brilliant Lord Von Zeeks, who never failed to challenge his Nipponese rival. And not to mention, the exceptional master of logic and reasoning who showed me the true art of deduction, Mr. Sholmes. Saving the best for last, Mr. Naruhodo? What a relief. I am well aware that without all these people's help and support, I wouldn't be where I am today. The truth is a guiding light that always leads to happiness. I've lived by that principle for a long time now, but actually, it's not true. The truth can also cause great pain, sometimes even leave people on the brink of despair. And for that reason, there are those who feel the need to hide the truth, who do it instinctively even. But as soon as we allow our eyes to set on something other than the truth, the darkness takes hold. And from there it grows, until eventually it makes us blind to the guiding light of the truth altogether. So that's why it's my belief that we must all resolve never to avert our eyes from what is just and true. So that we can continue to walk the straight and narrow path ahead. Well, I must excuse myself now. But before I go, Mr. Naruhodo, let me compliment you on your grand opus. What? Without your beautifully composed case against Lord Strongheart, Her Majesty would have been unable to act. Thanks to you and your fellows, the haunting undertones corrupting Britain's justice system have been silenced. Thank you very much. So, until our paths cross again somewhere, well then, it would appear that this long trial has finally come to an end. My apologies for any anxiety caused, my lord. I'm quite sure we shall meet again here in the courtroom before long, Prosecutor Barrack von Zieks. In conclusion of these proceedings, I hereby declare the defendant, Barrack von Zieks, not guilty. Let's freaking go! That is all. Court is adjourned. It is 4:21 p.m. Jeez, man. It really is all over. But I sacrificed too much. Mr. Naruhodo, I really must congratulate you. It was a truly splendid performance. Oh my god, I love this. Oh my god. Honestly, I couldn't be happier for you. Oh, thank you very much. I really couldn't have done it without you at my side through it all, Mr. Sato. Your kind words mean so much to me. It really was a splendid show, that, Naruhodo. I'd have thought you'd be smiling from ear to ear, but you look rather glum. Well, of course I'm delighted about the verdict. But in exposing the truth, I'm afraid I've caused my client a great deal of pain. I'm really not sure that's what a lawyer ought to be doing. Oh, well, in that case, I'm quite sure that when you see Lord von Zieks' smiling face, everything will seem much better. Nope. Stone cold as ever. Mr. Sato. Everything seems worse. He has a face like thunder. Oh dear, I really shouldn't have presumed. Mr. Naruhodo. Yes? Almost a year it's been now, since I first encountered you here in this very courthouse. For you to have risen to the level of excellence you demonstrated today, well, it's quite remarkable. But I exposed the most unpalatable truth you could ever have imagined in court today. I feel as though I've robbed you of something you've held so dear. What was it he said? To fight those who dwell in the darkness requires at least some of us to occupy the darkness ourselves. But that was just the feeble excuse of a coward. Only those with a steadfast eye for the truth have what it takes to fight the dark forces of crime. You made fine work of establishing that fact in court today. Oh. Well, thank you. What magnanimous words! I'm quite sure that Kazuma-sama would have a smile on his face at this very moment if he were here. Kazuma. Oh! Hi. Mrs. Sato. There's another face like thunder here. We are cooked. Oh my, and he really was here. Lord Van Zeeks. Allow me to congratulate you on your acquittal. Congratulate me, or curse me. You failed to bring down the Reaper. I owe you an apology. No, it is I who should apologize. Your father, Genshin. If I had been stronger, then perhaps I made an unforgivable error of judgment. I can offer no excuse. And I can offer no forgiveness. I'm gonna start crying in a few minutes. That said, I suppose you fought for justice and the truth. That, at least, I can't withhold respect. Your words mean more to me than you could know. I will hold them dear. Kazuma-sama. I must say, there's one thing that's still bothering me. What's that? The will that Lord Clint Von Zeeks wrote before his duel with my father. Sogi's a fine detective, and a hunter worthy of respect. He has agreed to honor my final two wishes. The first is that this document survives. The second, I cannot commit to paper. I have confessed my sins to my wife. May she find resolution in my death. With my eternal gratitude to my Japanese friend, I rest my quill. Clint Von Zeeks. What can the second of his final wishes have been? Had your father agreed to honor, you mean? I think perhaps I might be able to shed some light on that. What? Father! It was 10 years ago, as you know, the day before the execution was scheduled. I went to the prison to say my farewells to Genshin. I'm gonna start crying! Why aren't you putting up more of a fight, Genshin? If you'd only agreed to it, Seishiro and I would gladly petition the government. We've been through this already. You don't need to worry about me. Anyway, Yujin, I have a favor to ask of you. Something of great importance. You're one of my greatest friends, Genshin. Whatever it is, I can consider it done. I'm going to tell you an address. I need you to go there at once, in secret and telling no one. You should find a lady of the gentry in hiding there. A lady of the gentry? She's not in a good way. And she's with a child. she's with child. The birth is imminent. As a medical man, I'd like you to attend to her. Please, you're her only hope. By any chance, is the child yours, Genshin? Don't be daft. It's a favor that was asked of me by a man I knew, as his dying wish. My goodness. I swore to the man that I would help, that I would do whatever I would for his wife and his unborn child. But if something should happen to me, I need to ask you that same favor. You're the only person I know that I can truly rely on. But what did you say? If something should happen to you, tomorrow night you're going to be... You never know though, do you? What life will bring? Alright then, tell me the address. I'll head there at once with Seishiro and... No, not with him. Pardon? This is a favor I'm asking of you, and only you, Yujin. Right, I see. Very well then. That very night, I caught a train from Paddington to Dartmoor in Devon. I found the old house. In the middle of nowhere it was. An old hunting hound laid asleep in the grounds. The poor woman was on the floor at the back of a darkened room. She was in mortal danger. I broke her waters to precipitate the labor she was weak before she weakened further. But it was a torturous birth. What? Bruh, I can't speak. I did everything humanely possible for her and her child. And in the end, I was lucky enough to welcome a new life into the world. But tragically, my efforts to save the mother's life were in vain. I held the healthy newborn girl in my arms and wept for longer than I care to remember. Eventually, in something of a daze, I looked around the room. There was precious little in it, but an old travel trunk caught my eye. It had clearly been well looked after over the years, made of top quality leather with fine stitching. But it was when I saw the emblem on the side of it that everything dropped into place. B for Baskerville. Baskerville? You mean the woman was the wife of Lord Clint von Zeeks? That's right. The newborn was his daughter. But that makes no sense! Why on earth would Clint have entrusted the child to my care in that case? I was completely unaware that he even had a daughter. I suppose he didn't really have any choice. What? Well, your brother said that he confessed everything to his wife, so she must have been beside herself with worry for her child. If the true identity of the professor were to ever be made public, the girl would be forever branded as the daughter of the infamous mass murderer. So the only solution was to distance the young girl from the Von Zeeks family as much as possible. I don't believe it. I imagine that in his final hour, Lord Clint von Zeeks made the obvious choice. He would have thought to himself, this Japanese man here is someone I can trust. I honored my promise to Genshin, of course. However, only a month later, I was summoned back to Japan, and without disclosing the parentage of the child, I couldn't obtain permission to take her with me. Oh, how awful. I was completely at a loss. In the end, I had to ask my great friend, I asked him if he would be a father to her. That being Mr. Sholmes, I presume. Yes. He took one look into my eyes and agreed to it on the spot. I'm already crying. I was crying the entire time. Oh my god. And I'm still crying. Oh my god, man. Mr. Sholmes. He has a heart of gold. Really, all that can be said that I did for the child was to give her a name. Oh? When I'd come to Britain, I was trying to escape from the grief of losing my darling wife. So it was her name that I gave the little girl. Your wife's name, Professor Mikotoba. In other words, the name of my mother. Ayame Mikotoba. Oh! That's right. Ayame. Or in English, Iris. Iris. I had no idea. Mr. Naruhodo, what's wrong? This little thing just pinched me on the behind through my trousers pocket. Hard. My trouser pocket. What the fudge? Iris being delivered by Yuji the day after Ami are the next closest thing to actually being Sasato's sister. Oh my god! I'm gonna cry. I know. I'm not even going to cry. I am crying. I'm weeping right now. Oh my god. Look, as much as like Sholmes is a father to Iris, freaking Mikotoba is also her father as well, as much. Good god. I love this this is a family right here. I love this family. My dear fellows, can you hear me? Mr. Sholmes, is that you? Ouch! Yes, we can hear you. You see what excessive talking can do? Let that be a lesson to you. Mr. Sholmes, we weren't able to thank you properly before, but you were simply marvelous. Your checkmate move was a stroke of genius. Indeed it was, wasn't it? I surpassed myself, I feel. It had become apparent to me that to stop the Lord Chief injustice would require some measures. Bruno, Susie! Oh, Iris! Oh, I'm so pleased! What a wonderful outcome! Her Majesty Queen Vicky said that she thought my special blend was delicious. Oh, I'm sure she did. After all, no one brews a more delicious tea than you do, Iris. Let's have a party to celebrate. And Mr. Reaper, you simply must come too. What? I'm afraid I couldn't. The Reaper of the Bailey, requested by a 10-year-old girl, again. No, really? Oh, pooh. But I give you my word that I shall present myself at your residence in the near future to express my gratitude. Knuckleberry! I'm gonna cry! Please let there be like a Great Acer Investigations or something. I would freaking love that. I need to see them interact more. That one mother freaking case that's not in this game. I swear. I saw some people playing it once because I heard about it, and by God, I want that to be in this game. I don't care if it's freaking. It's probably not even, what's it? It's not even, probably not even canon, but still, God. Hurts my freaking heart. My God. Please, please. Oh, how lovely. I'm gonna cry. You promise now I won't let you forget. Bye for now then. Alright, Darius, thank you for all your help earlier. Oh, that was nothing. Just come back home soon. Ouch! One final pinch goodbye, was it? It's like, frick you for doing that to me, Ryunosuke. You're a frickin' Uncle Barrack. You better frickin' step up. You better come over to the house. I'm gonna, oh my God, oh my freaking God. I think I ought to be leaving. Lord Von Zeeks, would you care to accompany me? Certainly. Mr. Naruhodo, allow me to once again express my deep gratitude to you. I believe you saved my life. Wait, Lord Von Zeeks! Yes? What are you intending to do now? Well, clearly, I shall have to resign from the prosecutor's office. Oh no! I intend to publicize the full truth about the professor case. Once that's done, the Von Zeeks family will be ostracized completely from London society. Surely not. So as soon as I'm free from my employment, I shall leave the capital. Nah, please, man. I see. Don't be a fool. Are those the actions of a man once feared as the mighty Reaper of the Bailey? I beg your pardon. For the past 10 years, you've endured that pseudonym in the past and been cast as one of the dark forces yourself. Now that you've finally been freed from that disrepute, your battle is just beginning, surely. Well, I certainly never expected to hear those words from your lips. I waited a very long time to come to London. Now I'm properly here. I intend to learn all that I can. Anyway, bye for now, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Zuma Sogi. Seems as though he's really matured suddenly. What? And for being what? Like, oh, I can't even look at the evidence. He's not the only one who's matured, Mr. Naruhodo. Well, I think we should make our way back to Baker Street. We must help Iris with tonight's dinner. We must. You're coming with us, Mikotoba. Frick you. Come on. I wish freaking Zeeks was there, but for God's sake. It was then that I came to an important decision about my future. Is Shoma's finally gonna get his pheasant or what? Probably not. I'm home. Oh! About time you got here! We've been waiting ages, Odo! What are you doing with that colorful piece of history? It's a party, isn't it? It's got to go off with a bang! I mean, fireworks, ideally. But when you ain't got fire, smoke's the next best thing, ain't it? There's a girl on Fresno Street who could help you with that, I think. Right. I'll remember that. You don't have to reload that thing every time I speak. You really must hear this. It's quite the most extraordinary thing. Oh, I assure you, it will defy your expectations. Take down every detail now, Migatoba. The world-famous great detective regaling his partner with the tale of his adventure. A sight to behold. He looks like... Oh, what freaking dots is coming from his mouth again? Would you care to hazard a guess? Would you suppose the fiendish runaway had concealed himself? Would you believe? Inside the trunk I found abandoned in his cabin. I would believe it, yes. I say, Migatoba, I detect not a hint of surprise. I wonder why that is, Maybe because I was there at the scene as well, Sholmes. What? You were? Then why the deuce didn't you say so before? I love them. I love them so much. Not quite the sight I was expecting to behold, but still. It's hard to not feel privileged to see it. I freaking love this duo. Hello, Mr. Sholmes, Professor Migatoba. I'm finally back from the Bailey. And not a moment too soon. A feast prepared by Iris and Mr. Sato awaits. I must say, I haven't seen Susato looking so happy in a very long time. Bruno, there you are! Dinner's on the table, everyone. Please do come and take a seat. Time to fill me boots. Goodness, is that really true, Gina? Yup, I'm losing me coppers clubbers and going back to what I know best. It's a diver's life for me. You're really leaving the police force? But why, Ginny? Well, the boss ain't around no more, so... They're like a classic comedy duo, Migatoba being the straight-faced one. I showed this like on stream earlier. I actually like popped it up like again. Like I found this meme a while back, and like yeah, this reign's true. Like someone has to be the adult, and it's not Sholmes. Like. My god. What's this? What's happening? Oh dear god, what's going on? I'm again distracted. No, Gina. And anyway, no matter how hard I try, that Reaper ain't never gonna accept a diver turned. Oh my god. No, Gina, that's not true. Well, people can change, you know. Yes, that reminds me. I had rather thoughtfully offered to relieve the bailiff of this now defunct piece of evidence. It's the inspector's pocket watch! And the crown has been reattached! God dang it, playing Gregson's theme! That watch was his pride and joy, a symbol of his great achievements at Scotland Yard. For 10 years without fail, it measured every second of the man's remarkable career. But now... it stopped. Someone used to keep the memory of Inspector Gregson's career alive by taking on the great responsibility of winding that watch every single day again. Yes, someone with an equally fierce detective spirit. It's gotta be me! There ain't no one else! Quite right. I mean, after all, the boss was... Well, he was my boss! Yes, Ginny, yes he was! Oh yeah, and I made you a promise and all, didn't I, Iris? That I'd become a proper detective if one day and track down the old man. Oh. Alright then, it's decided. I'll do it, and I swear. I'll find your dad and bring him in kicking and screaming. I'm not entirely sure that would be appropriate. Yes, I think, Gina, it might be best to, well, I think I'd like you to forget that promise, Ginny. Iris? Well, obviously I've always wondered about who my real daddy is. Of course I have. I wanted to know where I've come from. I thought it might tell me something about myself. But I've caused such a lot of trouble trying to find out. For so many people. Hurley, Runo, Professor Mickey. Oh, no, not all that, my dear. Really, you owe no apology to anyone. I'm gonna cry. I'm not even going to cry. I am crying. I freaking love this girl. Oh my freaking god, she's so precious. Well, anyway, I decided to give it up on it. Because I finally realized my daddy is the greatest in the world. I don't think it matters what his name is or where he's from. Don't you agree? Hurley? My god! With every word, Iris. Thank you, Hurley. Thank you, Daddy. I love her so much! I think, Mikotoba. Yes, Sholmes? I think that I ought to express my gratitude to you. Oh? For 6 years, you and I solved many a mystery together. And during that time, I remember countless expressions of gratitude for our good services. But a moment ago, I heard the most pleasing expression of gratitude of them all. I should never have experienced it, were it not for you. I love this game! Oh my god! You old softy, Sholmes. God! This game! But I must confess, it's a weight off my mind to hear you say it. Well then, I think this calls for a lengthy violin recital, wouldn't you say? Oh, well, the food would go cold. That's the only problem. Maybe next week, Hurley? Are you sure a week is long enough, Iris? Oh, even amidst the most troubling of cases, even reeling from the most shocking of revelations, returning in the evening to this suite of rooms, there's always warmth and happiness to be had. The home of the world's greatest detective, and my home, too, with my greatest family. Oh my freaking god! This attic room has been my home and office for almost a year now. I've certainly had some unforgettable experiences whilst I've lived here. But I think now, the time has come. Time to bid this place farewell. Naruhodo. Oh, Professor! Are you alone? I didn't hear any sounds from Susato's room. Yes, Susato-san went out for dinner. Went out after dinner. She took a carriage. Something about an important matter she needed to take care of. Ah, I see. I wanted to thank you for what you did earlier. Oh? With Iris, I mean. When the subject of her father came up. Lord Clint von Zeeks. I made up my mind many years ago never to tell her who her real father was. It's what was agreed with Genshin after all. Lord Clint von Zeeks' final wishes before he died, you mean? Yes. I've had to take some rather drastic steps at times to protect that secret, you know. Calling Susato back to Japan 6 months ago, for example. That's why. When I read Sasaki-san's reports about his final days in London, my heart nearly stopped. You stumbled across the crux of that terrible case. The dog's collar. The description of the Baskerville insignia left me in no doubt. Baskerville. If you decide to investigate that insignia, sooner or later you will have made the connection to the Von Zeeks. And to make matters worse, Susato knew the unpublished story as well. The story that Iris had written based on my notes from the time. Ah yes, the Hound of the Baskervilles. Exactly. It was a work of fiction, but based on the grim reality of a huge beast of a dog being used as a murder weapon. A dog with the Baskerville family emblem around its neck. Armed with those two clues, I feared you and Susato might arrive at the truth. So I invented that story about having collapsed to justify her leaving London and returning to Japan at once. All in aid of halting any investigations you and she might have been contemplating. I see. Something I've never understood is why Susato-san came across that manuscript in Japan, though. You know, Iris' The Hound of the Baskerville story, I mean. Sholmes sent it to me. That was before Susato left Japan. He was very troubled about what should be done about it, you see. I'd read it and carelessly left it on my desk, which is where Susato came across it, of course. It was the only case Sholmes and I ever pursued that I didn't record in malicious detail. I was stunned when I discovered that young Iris had pieced together so much of it from my paltry notes. Sholmes and I discussed the matter, and decided that we couldn't allow the story's publication. At that point, I returned the manuscript by post to Sholmes for safekeeping. So you did all that to stop Iris from finding out the truth about her father? That's right, because Sholmes had told me how astute she'd become. However, having witnessed events in court today, I must say my opinion has somewhat shifted. I think at some point in the future, The time will come for ours to know the truth. And when it does, well, I believe it will be for the best. I think so too. Actually, Professor, I wanted to talk to you about something too. Judging from that expression, I'd say you've come to a decision, have you? Yes, I have. I will be returning with you to Japan. Are you quite sure? I'm really only here as a substitute for Kazuma. But he's here in Britain now, as originally intended. Locum student Naruhodo doesn't really have a right to stay, I think. I see. Looking back now, when I first arrived here in February, my becoming a lawyer just seemed to be the way things turned out. With Kazuma, Susato-san, and Mr. Sholmes all gently pushed me in that direction. I spent the best part of my year immersed in this world, but always aware of a seed of doubt inside me. Until today. Standing in that courtroom earlier, all doubts vanished from my mind. I was totally focused. I was sure of my belief in my client, and I was sure I could see the trial through. And at the end of it, I finally realized no one else chose this path for me. I chose it myself. The path of a defense lawyer, eh? Yes, that's where I am now. That's why I'll be going back. That's why I'll be going back with you to Japan as. And that's the path I'll be following for the rest of my life. And my and my friggin' descendants too. Well, it sounds like you've made quite a resolution there. I have. Very well then. I must say it's extremely welcome news. I shall make arrangements for your return first thing tomorrow, but I don't imagine we'll depart for a few days. Not with the symposium having been cancelled now. Such a shame. Never mind. I'm sure there'll be other opportunities in the future. Well then, I'll bid you good night. Susato-san. I just want to let you know I'm back. Did you, hear what your father and I were discussing? I'm sorry, I did, yes, I couldn't help but... Oh, how much did you hear? Well... From the part about Iris' real father, I think. In other words, from the beginning. So you've made up your mind? You'll return to Japan and continue working as a defense lawyer? Yes, I'm sorry. I really should have consulted you about it. I did want to earlier this evening, actually, but you'd already gone out. Oh no, that's quite alright. I already knew that it's what you decided, Naruhodo-san. You did? Susato-san? Yes? I suppose this means it has to be farewell soon. I suppose. You'll be a great help to Kazuma going forward. I mean, I know he's a brilliant lawyer, but he's new to the British courtroom. He'll certainly benefit greatly having a brilliant judicial assistant at his side. I'll do my very best. I wish I could say it, but I just can't. I can't ask her to come with me. After all, she was always supposed to be coming to Britain as Kazuma's assistant. It's growing late. We should both try to get some sleep. I'm sure you must be exhausted after today. Oh, yes, you're right. Before I retire, let me just say one more time. You really were quite splendid in court today. So if you ask me, anyone who thinks of you as a substitute or a locum should be ashamed of themselves. Susato-san. Thank you. God, I love them so much. Holy frick, no, we're at Dover now. Nah, frick this! Ah. I can't believe this day's finally come. You're really leaving then, Runo? I'm afraid so, Iris. Thank you so much for everything. I don't know what I'll do without your wonderful cooking and delicious tea. Oh, I wish you weren't going. But you have to come back and visit. Say you will. Of course. I promise. Well, it was a very brief reunion, but oh my God. It was a pleasure to pursue a case with you again after so long. For a while at least, it felt like old times. Yes, I suppose on reflection, there's something to be said for it. Having a little fun once in a while. I'll just go and say goodbye to the professors as well, I think. Alright, Iris, you do that. My God.
Susato-san.
I've just checked, Naruhodo-san. Your luggage is already on board. Such a beautiful morning. Perfect for embarking on a journey, isn't it?
Before I set off, I'd just like to say how thankful I am for everything you've done for me. And give my warmest regards to Kazuma, please.
Actually, I think you ought to give him your regards in person, don't you?
Sorry?
Ryunosuke.
Kazuma! What are you doing here?
Do you really think I'd miss my best friend's departure?
Thanks. To be honest, I'd been looking forward to our wild time tearing up the streets of Her Majesty's capital, but,
Well, we'll have to save that for another time. Personally, I'm looking forward to facing you in court again.
Me too. But, we're both defense lawyers, so,
I'm going to become a prosecutor. I'll stay in Lord Van Zeek's tutelage for the time being, but before long, I intend to be just as formidable as the Reaper himself.
Oh, I see.
Actually, Ryunosuke, I have a favor to ask.
Name it.
I'd like you to take care of this for me for a while.
Karuma? Why?
Because I've seen it now. I've seen what's inside me, the demon that reared its ugly head that day. It was only for the briefest of moments. The last time I came face to face with that inspector. But it was unmistakable. I wanted to kill him. I've always known there are demons that live inside people. And now I know there is one in me. The fact that it very nearly consumed me is something I'll carry with me until the end of my days. While I devote my life to fighting those whose demons have got the better of them. As a prosecutor.
So, that's what you've resolved to do, is it?
Until I'm ready to face the demon within me. To slay it once and for all. I leave this in your care. If you'll take it.
Of course I will. I'll keep it by my side. Always. Until we meet again, then. You have your path to follow, and I have mine.
Naruhodo-san? The path you're going to follow from now on. I wonder if I might follow it at your side, and unless I'd be a burden.
What? I mean, I would very much like you to come with me. But aren't you...
You're so predictable, Ryunosuke.
I am?
Honestly, you never change at all. But that's what I like about you.
Oh my freaking god, sorry. I have to like say something, what the fudge? Okay, sorry.
You mean you knew about this?
It was the evening after Lord Van Zeek's trial came to an end. She came to see me at the prosecutor's office.
Really? Or when I had that conversation with Professor Mikotoba?
So, you'd go with Ryunosuke back to Japan?
Yes. I know it's unfair of me to follow my own interests like this.
Coming here especially to tell me. You're a stickler for etiquette, aren't you? Well, what are his feelings?
We've never discussed it, of course, and Naruhodo-san has made no such suggestion. I worry that perhaps I'd be a burden to him.
He's just as much of a stickler for etiquette as you are. He'd never say anything before he was asked. But I'd feel happy knowing you were with him. Look out for him on my behalf, will you?
Of course.
Susato-san.
What do you think, Naruhodo-san?
With you by my side, no trial would seem too daunting. So if you're willing, I'd be honored if you'd come with me. Together we can take on the world.
I'm terribly incompetent, but if you'll have me, I'd be delighted.
Oh, no, not at all. If anyone's terribly incompetent, it's me. Ah!
What's wrong?
Your luggage, Susato-san. There's no time. The ship's going to set sail any minute now.
It's all right. There's no need to worry. As it happens, my luggage is already on board too.
It is?
Your fine judicial assistant has everything in hand as always, I see.
Bruno, your ship's about to leave.
Time to go then. Look after yourself, Ryunosuke.
Kazuma, draw your sword. One day, when our paths cross, once more, we'll fight a duel of words across the courtroom. A day I eagerly await as a lawyer.
I've been waiting to hear you say that, partner.
Don't forget me then, Kazuma.
As if I could, Ryunosuke.
And Mr. Sholmes, thank you so much. I'm very much indebted to you.
Indeed, Mr. Naruhodo. I believe you are.
I'll never forget all you've done for me during my time in London.
Quite. I should like to think you will remember your debt of gratitude. Especially when I visit you in your country. What? The truth is, although many are ignorant of the fact, the world is far smaller than most folk realize.
Well, I'd be delighted if you came to Japan one day.
Oh yes! Would welcome you with open arms, Mr. Sholmes.
Oh, that sounds wonderful! I can't wait!
In that case, let us conclude that this is to be merely a brief parting, my dear fellows.
And that brings us to the end of my adventures in Great Britain. A peculiar twist of fate brought me halfway around the world those many months ago. But that was just the start of my journey. Who knows where fate will lead me next? Still, I'm confident this won't be my last meeting with the friends I've made in London. And when we're together again, no doubt the first words I'll hear will be,
Come, the game is afoot.
The ship, with our friends from the east, sailed steadily towards the distant horizon. But Sholmes's face was alight with joy. The times may change, but a steadfast friendship will remain true, Wilson. We have but to gently close our eyes, and we are with our companions once more.
So, I do just that. And when I do, I can hear his strong, familiar voice ring out.
objection!
Until we meet again, Runo.
Oh. Yes! Oh my god! Ah, frick, wait, I gotta lock in. I've been thoroughly injured, caused by my remote cinematography that day. I have no primaries electoral goods. And what are the promotes close trial? To decide an absence from London is in order. A soldier in distant climes. The Empire of Japan, perhaps. I understand that the wardrobe's class incurs no charges whatsoever. I screwed that up so much, but I'm too like, holy frick. I gave a little note to Hurley the other day. It's just said, "Thank you for everything, Daddy." But it made Hurley cry, and I gave him some lotion ointment as well to dye his hair red safely. But he said that might make him cry too, so he'd rather not use it. My God! In those days, when I was known as the Reaper, I felt your presence on my side. Once, unable to bear the burden of that grim pseudonym, I even retired from the courtroom. Despite everything, I still wear your prosecutor's badge with pride. But the darkness that once beside me is no more, as you too are no more. In the words of a young foreign friend of mine, I must stride forward, towards a brighter future. Freaking love this game so much. The boss left a note for me, you know, and I can read every one now. A to Z, the old lot. It clearly locked stuff up. The boss was trying to protect me, see? And that's exactly what me and Chief Inspector Toby are gonna keep doing for Londoners. I only wish I could have said how grateful I was before he, you know. God freaking dang it! Dun, dun. Gregson! Gina, the truth is, I'm not the upstanding fellow you think I am. You might be a direct heart, but it's a good heart. You remind me that I need to be true to myself. I've got one more job to take care of before it's Tata London town for the foreseeable. And then, I've got to complete your education, the art of delectation a la Gregson, as they say! His face! No, Gregson! You'll be freaking missed, man. Your Excellency, this man is accused of illegal entry into the office of Minister of Foreign Affairs. Objection! Oh my God! Saseki! Who's this caddish scoundrel in the counter-defense? Oh really, my friend Susato-san is in the British courtroom at... Oh my God, you're freaking... Perhaps I should have engaged the service of a regular legal team. Yes! Yo, I like that duo. And the cat's on freaking Saseki! Mama, is it true about Japanese people? Are they experts in filleting corpses? Yes, they are. Fish corpses on the whole. I'd like to own my own filleting skills. You don't mind, do you, Mama? Yes, I do. I'm not a corpse yet, am I? No. And I'm glad. Here I am again, Great Britain on the invitation of my dear old university friend. He sent me a very nice letter saying he'd like to show me around now that everything was settled. But what have I done? I was so excited to pick this splendid hotel, now I can't afford the bill. Oh, Barrett, come to my rescue again, please. I wish I could just vanish in thin air. Save your freaking boyfriend, man. When I went to make the waxwork impression of the killer in that cemetery, I realized what had happened. But even in the witness stand of the highest courts in land, I could never speak of it. The Lord of Chief Justice and I had struck a bargain, you see? For a faithful repercussion of the visage, there is nothing the Tuspils would not do. Reproduction, bleh. She committed a crime. Everyone calls me gossip. I sell jaunty little tidbits of passbys, you know? And everyone calls me Peppino, and I sell the spaghetti, and more red than my header. Everyone, they called me? No, I cannot do it. This is ridiculous. Oh, Daily, how charming. You've made lots of new friends in USC. Yes, and when we're released, we're all going to strike it rich together. Please in a legal way, I would hope. Look at Mon, he's chowing down on that spaghetti. When I was accepted on the foreign study tour, I knew exactly what path I had to take. And however it might have ended, I knew that I wanted you there to see it. If I had ended up in the dock, there's no one I would have rather had defending me. But now, thanks to you, there's a new path I want to take. I'm sure we'll meet again in the courtroom, my friend. Until then, I leave Karuma in your care. I've made some tea, Naruhodo-san. It's important that you rest whilst you can. Once we arrive in Japan, you shall be busy establishing your new office. I'm so delighted to be accompanying you. After all, your talents have been recognized by a great detective. Because you really are the greatest of lawyers. A great ace attorney, some might say. The Daruma doll! Oh my god! Even the Gilwagahai's there! This game, I've never been like so emotional. I can't. The cats! The little kitties! Oh my god! I can't describe. Oh my god! They're all just there! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my... I'm sorry, like... I'm crying because this game is like... It made me so emotional. Oh my god, like, not freaking Shamsphere. I'm like losing track. I don't know what I'm trying to say. Oh my god. Like, what the fudge? Please, like, I hope they make like another game for this because oh my god. I hope they make another game for this because like it'd be so good. Like I would love to see Shomes in Japan or something. Like I would like to see just like some case that Mikoto and him have done in the past. Or anything, like whatever it is, like I'll be oh my god. Grass is the only Ace Attorney character posthumous words during credit. That oh my god, yeah, wait he is. Oh my god. I guess because he's been mostly there for like all of it, so it makes sense. But God, no, Gregson's right there. God, even though he was strong heart, frick you, man. Oh my God. Yes. Highlight fan game, Phoenix Wright 8, The Return of Ryunosuke Naruhodo, 4 of 8 episodes released. Episode 3 is the Grace Turn one, including jury examinations and dance of deduction. Oh my god, really? Oh my god. I want to play, like, I know there are some fan games out there that I want to play. Because I love seeing like people's interpretations and what happened like afterwards and stuff. Like I also love the art that everyone's made, like fan art for this game and like the whole entire Ace Attorney series. I love it so much. And hopefully with Capcom making like the Ace Attorney series or Ace Attorney a mainline not a mainline thing, but I'm losing the freaking words. I said this before. Oh my god, there they are. Your grandson's going to eat freaking glass. A core IP, that's it, yeah. Yeah, a core IP, like, probably get a lot more, like, stuff for it. Especially, like, you know, we don't have to wait for, like, years afterwards for, like, translations and stuff like that. It'll just be there. Holy frick. God, like... I want to make, like I said earlier, that I want to make, like, an animation or something. And it has to do with, substantiated by Mega Man 12's Game Awards announcement. Yeah, because, when my brother and I heard that, like, they're making, like, some of the Capcom games into core IPs, and, like, one of being Mega Man, I'm like, oh, they're going to announce one of those games in the Game Awards, and it was Mega Man, and I'm like, okay, yeah, we are so back. Like, good God. And I think one of the games my brother was surprised that it wasn't a core IP. Like Mega Man, I think. Because of like how, I think like the audience is pretty big, I think. I feel like it's a bit bigger than Ace Attorney. But, oh, what was I on about before? I said earlier, well, I was working on like a little like funny animation of Sholmes. It's like some audio I heard, and I'm like, this is 100% Sholmes right here, in like the 5th case of the first game. And I heard that audio. I'm like, yeah, that's 100% him. So I want to try to like animate that, but probably won't happen until next year. I want to get into animating a lot, especially I have another idea for an animation. I just have to lock in. I have to lock the frick in and do it, and not just give up on it when I'm like, I can't do this. I'm not. I have to at least be an animatic or something, since like my skills of animation isn't that like great, but I want to do it because there's a lot of ideas I want to animate and everything and get better at. And hopefully, like next year, like I want to be a bit more confident making fan art for things I like. Actually, I'm gonna show this one image I made. I didn't post it. I want to though. I just haven't had like the time to. Where is it? It was of Gina. I know. PNG. Oh wait, frick! I have to upload here. Image. Gina. I'm still crying, by the way. God, I didn't think a game would make me cry this much. God, like how to make grown men cry. Get them to play this freaking game. Oh yeah, I made this stupid. me need to kill this guy, Toby. Oh my god, I love them so much. This is the art I made. I need to post it. I have made a bunch of freaking Ace Attorney art, but it's mostly doodles, not like anything. Making an emote! Making an emote! Hold on. Wait, where? Oh my god, I don't know where the frick emotes. There it is. God. Alright, I'm just gonna put it as we need to get this guy. Cause I don't know how Twitch would feel if I just put in kill. I mean, I can edit the name, I think, so let me just it better be a good size. No, it's not square shaped. Ah, okay. No, wait, a sticker. Make it a sticker. Stretched out. Oh, thank you. Oh my god, yeah, I need that. Jeez, I forgot. We need me. Oh my, okay, yeah, so. Oh, thank you for the hydrate, man. Thanks. So, I have made a Discord server, but I haven't set everything up, and possibly this next year, need to make sure my dang Tamagotchi furry doesn't croak it. Thanks, man. I have made a Discord server. I just haven't, like, set everything up that I want on there. But I'll have to like get some help with that and everything, since I don't know like about Discord bots or anything. But hopefully sometime next year I'll get that up, so at least I can like inform anyone like, hey, streams or like art that I post, and it's like so anyone can like chat and have fun and everything. I'm just like so bad at like planning stuff. But that I want to do that. There's a lot of things I want to do next year. Stream wise, I don't know. Like I could stream some of the Ace Attorney fan games. And like I don't know, probably like I could probably get some games, and I most likely will be doing drawing streams, cause I've been really wanting to do lore stuff with my Ace Attorney character Yuki. I have it planned out in my head and on freaking notepad and whatnot, like of what I want. Actually, so in the beginning of the stream, let me I'll show this real quick. This show. Show it to me. Yes. The little baby puppy. I'm gonna quickly show this. I forgot Tenna and freaking Lance is there. Oh yeah, maybe probably play freaking Deltarune, cause want to do that, especially yeah. But look at the little puppy. I started working on this yesterday because I'm like, frick it, I need to get something out for Christmas or Christmas adjacent, because this technically has to do with Yuki and Yugo lore. So I want to get into that, but just trying to plan that out by just doing little concept art stuff. But yeah, oh my god, this freaking game, god. I hadn't gotten this emote, like, cause they really just make you, like, or have you really know the characters and what they've, like, gone through. Like, oh god. Especially when you think about it, with Megatoba, he had to deal with his wife's, like, passing after Susato was born. And then deals with it again 6 years afterwards with Lady Baskerville, like, with him trying to help her with Iris. Like, my god, man. It is like so much. I'm still like sniffling. I need to like blow my nose. I knew I was going to cry from this. Why didn't I bring tissues? God. I hope when they make another Ace Attorney game, I guess, like, as emotional as it did with this freaking game, I swear. or, you know, another anime, either Grace Terry or Apollo Justice. I'd be cool with that. Like, but, oh my god, what time is it? Oh my goodness, it's almost 10 p.m. I mean, that last guy did look a bit like Damien. When freaking when Strongheart was clapping maniacally, I'm like, oh, you are 100% flashback activated my trauma. More like a flash forward, but they're 100% related or something, like Strongheart and Damon Gantz, because when I already did not like Strongheart from the get-go because he already looked like Gantz. But when he started clapping maniacally in the courthouse, I'm like, or in the courtroom, I'm like, oh, you are 100% like his grandfather or something. You are 100% his ancestor. No doubt. Just gotta say, let's go freaking swimming, and then, yeah, I'll jump into the Thames. Oh my god, this game. Actually, wait, hold on. Where's the special contents? Well, I want to quickly look at this. Alright, here's all the achievements. I have freaking won because I kept forgetting to get these two punks. I don't know how the heck I forgot. But it's literally these two. These motherfrickers. This is like gallery. What is it? Portraits? Yeah, okay, so this is like all the... Well, maybe not all, but most of the concept art and pictures of all the characters. Good god, like... The moving pictures? Oh yeah, okay. There's all this stuff. I've yet to even look at this. But I probably won't. Oh yeah. Or at least, like, not on stream. Auditorium. Instrumental voice recitals. Have like everyone's like voice lines. That could have very much been in the game. My god. I think like... Okay, yeah, so all the instrumentals have notes to them from the artist. Oh. Yeah, like that. And then there's test creates, which I don't think I did anything past First Class Cabin. I don't think I did any of these on stream. No, we are not doing that. I don't know if what the fudge? I kind of want to do these, but at the same time... And, oh, the tailor. This is like... Because these are only in the Greatest Attorney 2 with all the outfits. Can you... I can't... Okay. I wish I could just do like 180 freaking or 360 to look at the outfits, but my god. Okay. Well, that ends the Great Ace Attorney gameplay. Oh my god. I love this game so much. I love this. And this is gonna be the last stream you'll see of me in 2025. Hope to see you guys in 2026 with more streams. And I hope you guys have a wonderful Christmas or wonderful holidays. Happy New Year's when that comes around. And I shall see you guys later for whenever I go do streams again. I don't know where's the offline screen. I shall see you guys later. And hope you guys have a good day, night, whatever time it is. And I'll see you guys later. Bye everyone! And thank you so much for joining me.